quite a remarkable milestone. Thank you for informing us. From that humble beginning of a few experts gathered together in a room, inspired by something they had seen in faraway United States of America, and desirous of creating a platform that will help the practice of geoscience, in fact, earth science in general here in the country and especially in the industry. Committed to giving experts a voice, dedicated to helping shape the future of student professionals who would come to take over in the industry. We have counted year after year, 50 years of an association that brings together earth scientists from across Nigeria's oil and gas industry to network, share information, and inspire a generation like the founders were inspired out of America. It's my honor to welcome you this morning. Before I proceed, let me remind us that we're in the grand ballroom of a hotel and suite. The hotel has not told us or has not planned any drill and has informed us to share with you that should there be the continuous ringing of an alarm, it indicates an emergency, and we're to use the clearly marked exit doors to the muster point. Muster points, if you're exiting from my left, you do a left or a right. If you do a right from the foyer, it will take you all the way down the swimming pool area towards the volleyball courtyard that will serve as a muster point. You exit to the left, it takes you all the way down out to the convention center main entrance, the space between the co-signature and the convention center, that would serve as another muster point. But of course, please take note of the clearly marked exit doors. One on my right, the others to my left, to the right or left of you, depending on where you're seated. The toilets are just as you exit to the left, do a left rather. On the right, as you're exiting, you find the toilets for both men and women. Let me also appeal that we'll please turn our phones to silence and vibrations to avoid distractions. Let me also advise that we'll take care of our personal belongings. And of course, if you're giving any souvenirs at this event, like bags, please do not put your personal valuables inside these identical bags. Thank you. That said, let me move on now quickly to get us into the reason that we are here this morning. Let us begin by taking the national anthem of this great country. I would ask you to please rise. Technical national anthem. So something to God bless Republic of Nigeria. Please be seated. God bless the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists. God bless the Nigerian oil and gas industry. I don't know why the thought crossed my mind, but I was wondering if this was the national anthem when NAPE was founded, or was it the other one? I know 001 is in the room. This was the one when you founded NAPE. This was national anthem. So we're back full circle. Amazing. Who would have thought that when they were founding NAPE, there would be an anthem, and then there would be another anthem, and then we're back to the one when they founded it. Beautiful, beautiful. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me acknowledge some of our dignitaries this morning. And as you know, the list is always inexhaustive. Indulge us. Let me begin by acknowledging the presence of the Pioneer Commission Chief Executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Engineer Dr. Benga Kamolafe, FNSE. A very good morning to you, sir. Lovely to see you. Please, a warm applause for the Commission Chief Executive. Let me also acknowledge the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari, represented this morning by the Executive Vice President Upstream of the Mr. Ondabong. Good morning, sir. I'd like to also acknowledge one of our speakers this morning and the chairman of Renaissance Africa Energy Company, Dr. Lai Fatona FNAPE. Good morning, sir. We're joined by the chairman and managing director of Chevron Nigeria and Mid-Africa Business Unit, Mr. James Wise. Good morning. Always lovely to see you. Let me acknowledge members of the BOT of NAPE. I've not seen the chairman, Mr. Osahon, but acknowledge, please give our BOT members a round of applause. Let's appreciate them. Let us also appreciate the members of our advisory council. Please give them a round of applause. Before I proceed, I want to take a moment to really appreciate every single past president and fellows of this great association. For instance, our 001 is in the room this morning, Mr. Oteri. Can we give all of them a resounding applause? We can make the applause better for these leaders of this association. On their strong shoulders and wise words, we have come this far. We thank you. Let me then acknowledge the man who has been saddled with the responsibility of continuing the dream, the president of NAPE, Mr. John Bosco Uche F. NAPE. Good morning, President. Let me also acknowledge some of our speakers who are in the room this morning. Let me begin by acknowledging the Managing Director and Chief Executive of Total Upstream Companies in Nigeria, Mr. Matthew Bouye, represented by the DMD Deepwater, Mr. Victor Bandeli. A very good morning to you, sir. I know he's right in my presence. A very good morning to you. Okay, let us also acknowledge from Lagos State Government, the Special Advisor on Agric and Food Systems to Mr. Governor, Dr. Olurotimi Fashola. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. We're also joined by the President of the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society, Ms. Rose Ndang, FNMGS. Very good morning to you, ma'am. Good to see you. Good to see you as always. Let us also acknowledge this morning the chairman, the Chief Executive Officer of Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, Engineer Tony Atta. Representing him at this event, I'd like to acknowledge their Executive Vice President in charge of Finance, Mr. Shegun Banwo. Good morning to you. Chief Executive Officer, Seplat Energy PLC is here, Mr. Roger Thompson Brown. A very good morning to you, sir. Lovely, lovely to see you. Thank you for joining us. The director, SLB Country Director, is also here. One of our fellows, Dr. Nosa Omorodion. Very good morning to you, sir. Lovely as always to see you. Good morning, good morning. Of course, as I said, our list is always inexhaustive, but let me acknowledge all members of the current ESCOs of NAPE. Let me acknowledge the Vice President, Mr. Ehi Bazwaye, FNAPE. Good morning to you. President-elect, Mrs. Olajumoke Ajayi, FNAPE. Good morning to you as well. Please give both of them a round of applause. We'd like to acknowledge the academia here as well. I'm told that the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, EFRUN, is here, Professor Ezekiel Agbalagba. Prof, a very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. We acknowledge your presence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me extend our warm welcome to our distinguished members of NAPE, our young professionals, our student members, our friends from the press, well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen. What does it take for an organization to stand as the compass and conscious of an entire industry for half a century? It takes immense contribution, unwavering dedication, and transformative impact. And since its founding in 1975, the NAPE has served as the intellectual and professional nucleus of Nigeria's petroleum exploration sector. Its influence has extended far beyond geology and geoscience. It has been instrumental in shaping industry policy, driving local content development, fostering human capacity building, and ensuring that Nigeria's oil and gas sector remains globally competitive. As we look to the future, the energy landscape is evolving. The next 50 years will require NAPE to continue leading conversations on energy transition, carbon management, indigenous technology development, and sustainable exploration practices. But today, the reason we are here, we salute our pioneers, we celebrate our current leaders, and we're here to inspire the next generation to carry this torch forward. It is our prayer, it is our expectation that the next 50 years, achievements, deeper collaborations, and a legacy that continues to prosper Nigeria's economic prosperity. My name is Richmond Osuji, and as always, my honor, privilege, and pleasure to welcome you to this epoch event, an august event in the month of August, celebrating an iconic association founded by inspiring leaders and foundation members of our industry. As you say at NAPE, our ideas find oil and gas. And over the last 50 years, you've done more than finding oil and gas. You've helped shape policies. You've helped shape laws. And we're here today to celebrate all of that and more. Please give NAPE a resounding applause, ladies and gentlemen. You already have the agenda with you in the brochure that was shared with you. I would not bother going through that agenda. Just look through it and follow me as I take you item by item. So let us begin with the formalities as I welcome now the chairman of the planning committee for NAPE at 50, who is the executive commissioner in charge of economic planning and research and statistics at NUPRC. Please welcome with me Mr. Babajide Fashino for his opening comments.
Good morning, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Oil, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Gas, here represented my boss, the Commission Chief Executive, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, the group NNPC, represented by my brother, EVP Upstream, distinguished captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. Good morning and welcome. It's a privilege to stand before you today as chairman of planning committee of this golden celebration, NAPE at 50. 50 years is not just a milestone, it's a powerful testament of resilience, relevance, and vision. Today, we gather not just to mark time, but to honor a legacy and renew promise. The promise to pick pioneering the future of energy in Nigeria. In 1975, a small group of visionary professionals planted a seed. They believed the Nigerians should play a leading role in exploring, developing, and managing the nation's hydrocarbon resources. That vision gave birth to NAPE. From the early days, when a handful of professionals dared to dream, to the dynamic, respected, and influential body we celebrate today. NAPE has remained committed to the advancement of geosciences, the professional development of its members, and the broader goal of national energy security. We have trained thousands, published knowledge, influenced policies, mentored young geoscientists, and stood firm as the voice of the upstream petroleum exploration in Nigeria and beyond. Our theme for this year, Pioneering the Energy Future in Africa, is not just a reflection of our past, it's a call to action. It remains us that we are not done. As the global energy landscape shifts as Africa seeks sustainability solutions for its development, and as technology reshaped exploration and production, NAPE must remain at the forefront. We are no longer practitioners, we are thought leaders, innovation, educators, and national builders. On this note, I must pause to express deep gratitude to our founding fathers. Thank you for your courage. To our past presidents and executive, thank you for your leadership. To our partners in the industry, government, and academia, thank you for believing in NAPE. And to our members, especially the young professionals and students, thank you for carrying the fame beyond. At this point, I want to acknowledge the members of this planning committee. Please, can you stand? Can you stand where you are? Serving as a member of this, with my humble self as the chairman of the planning committee, has been one of the most humbling experiences of my career. Behind the scene, I've seen dedication that cannot be measured in hours. I've seen quiet sacrifices and who wanted the celebration to reflect the true spirit of NAPE, excellence and dignity. As we celebrate NAPE today, let us not grow comfortable. The next 50 years will demand more of us, more innovation, more collaboration, and more courage to embrace the unknown. Let us mentor more, publish more, question more, and lead more. Let us remember that our work as geoscientists is not just technical, it's transformational. It holds the key to powering economies, creating opportunities, and preserving our planet. So as we celebrate NAPE today, let us raise our sights. Let us honor our past, but more importantly, let us pioneer the future of energy in Africa. Thank you very much, and happy celebration to all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babajide Fashino, Executive Commissioner, Economic Planning, Research and Statistics of the Commission and Chairman of NAPE 50 Planning Committee. When I was acknowledging earlier the speakers for this morning, I didn't acknowledge the chair of that session later in the day. Let me acknowledge Dr. Austin Avuru FNAPE. Very good morning to you, sir. Lovely to see you as always. Lovely, lovely. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we carry on with our morning's agenda, and this time we're going straight to listen to the man who is continuing the leadership and the vision started by our founding fathers. Let's welcome the president of NAPE for his own address, Mr. John Bosco Uche FNAPE.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before I give my welcome address, I want to urge every single one of us in this room to please rise for a minute silence, if you don't mind if you rise, for the first Executive Director of NAPE, Chief Dr. Akintola Ayinde Ogunjulube, who actually passed on the 25th of July. He worked at NNPC and was a fellow of this association. So a minute silence, please, for him. May his soul rest in peace. Let me start my welcome address by recognizing the Commission Chief Executive CCE, NUPRC, also representing the Honorable Ministers of Petroleum Resources, Oil and Gas, Engineer Benga Komolafe, FNSC. Let me also recognize the GCO and NPCL, ably represented by the EVP Upstream, Odobong Ntia. Let me recognize other speakers, our featured speaker and chairman of Renaissance Africa Energy Company, Dr. Lai Fatona, the panel session chair and other panelists, our founding members, many of them here. Our 001 is here, Dr. Akomeno Oteri, distinguished fellows, the executive committee members, already recognized. They all stayed here, every single one of them, except those out of the country. Our board of trustee members, advisory council members, distinguished NAPE members, invited special guests, the press and the media, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it is with profound humility that I welcome you to this historic celebration of the Golden Jubilee of Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE. To be serving as president at this pivotal moment is not just a privilege, but a deep personal honor. Founded in August 1975, led by Akomeno Oteri and other 9 pioneering professionals, NAPE has grown into the largest community of petroleum geoscientists and related disciplines in Nigeria and Africa. Today, we are more than an association, a movement of knowledge, innovation, and impact. We proudly refer to ourselves as the knowledge hub of the industry because our ideas find oil and gas. Now, if we look back in the last 50 years and the impact we've made, NAPE has been instrumental to every chapter of Nigerian oil and gas story, from the formation of indigenous E&P companies to game-changing policy advocacy. Our influence has been both deep and wide. NAPE advocated for the marginal field framework which spawned a new generation of indigenous operators. Our members have been involved in nearly every single hydrocarbon discovery across the Niger Delta and beyond. Through our university assistance program, we have uplifted students, empowered lecturers, and strengthened petroleum education across the country. We have taken Nigerian geoscience story to global platforms, showcasing the vast potential of our basins to the world. Our annual conference, Communicate, continues to proffer solutions and ideas to improve the policies and operations of oil and gas industry in Nigeria. Indeed, what began with 10 men has evolved into a generational legacy of excellence. Now, looking into the next 50 years, I want to call for leadership and innovation from us here sitting in this room. As we reflect, we must also redefine the future. I have consistently used the phrase, the future is now, because I believe that we hold the tools to actualize our future dreams. The energy world is shifting. The pressure of climate change, the realities of energy security, and the demands of a growing urbanized population are forcing a rethink of how we explore and produce energy. Nigeria sits on a wealth of untapped potential, especially in natural gas, now universally recognized as a key transition fuel. We have over 3,600 TCF of yet to be discovered gas in the Nigeria's sedimentary basins, and this represents an enormous opportunity and strategic pathway to industrialization, energy security, and cleaner growth. Gas exploration must be intentional, and this is the era to look deeper and smarter. We have unappraised, partially appraised, and near-field exploration oil growth opportunities that need to be evaluated, developed, and produced in a sustainable manner. I therefore call on the government to work with us here in NAPE very closely while providing the fiscal and regulatory incentives that will enable industry players to explore, discover, and produce these oil and gas efficiently. We must also return to the basics of exploration: quality data through seismic acquisition, bold ideas, and collaborative innovations. We must go back to the unappraised discoveries, unlock stranded value, and increase our reserve replacement ratio. We will then need to adopt digital transformation, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, and apply them to our rich database for impactful results. All this will drive our ambition of meeting the national 2030 production targets. While securing our future, we need to think about human capital and human capital development. Our workforce is aging, yet we still often go to market looking for experienced hires. But who will train them? Every experienced professional was once a young graduate. So the time has come to institutionalize internships, sabbaticals, and mentorship programs across the petroleum sector. We must invest in young professionals, equip them, mentor them, and create pathways for talent development. Human capital is our most precious reservoir, and it must be developed. On behalf of NAPE, I want to then call for the establishment of new centers of excellence for petroleum studies, one in the north, another one in the south, to serve as hub for training, research, and innovation. As we step into the next 50 years, NAPE must be at the center of energy policy formulation in Nigeria, from National Assembly to the executives, from regulators to the agencies. We must take our seats at the table, and we must be drivers of strategy and vision in the energy sector. We are not just professionals, we are equally nation builders. We hold the engine of the Nigerian economy because we are explorers. So as part of the 50th anniversary celebration, later today, this evening, we will also recognize some companies, trailblazers, some visionaries, and contributors who have shaped our profession and industry as we salute their service. So I also urge you to join us at 4 p.m. today. Now, here is my final call to every one of you here. To our members, senior professionals, fellows, and past presidents, this is your moment. I urge you to step forward with commitment, innovation, and the same courage that our founding members had in 1975. Your leadership, mentorship, and active participations are crucial to driving NAPE's ambition into the next 50 years. And to the government and the industry, let us collaborate intentionally to unlock our future energy potentials. And to our young professionals, we are counting on you. Your ideas will find the next billion barrels. And to the media, I call for a deeper partnership. Engage us, interview us, and publish the data and tell the truth. Nigeria needs clear, informed energy communication, and you are key partners to this. Today, we celebrate discoveries and we celebrate service. But above all, we celebrate the unbreakable spirit of NAPE. Let the next 50 years be built on the established legacy with boldness, wisdom, and unity. Happy 50th anniversary, NAPE. Long live our association and long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John Bosco Uche, President of FNAPE, President of NAPE. Let's please give him another round of applause. Okay, so before I proceed to the next item on my agenda, it's important that we take a moment and acknowledge our sponsors for this event. I want to say a big thank you to Walter Smith, Shefa Engineering, HBO Global, Cephar Energies, Broadlink Petroleum Limited, Juvicool, Vento Furniture, Pro Ali. Please give all of them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for supporting, for sponsoring, and for being a partner in progress with an association that engenders progress in the oil and gas industry. We have tried to tell you a little bit of the story as to where it started. But to chronicle NAPE in the last 50 years in a short documentary will be a task that is quite uphill. The next few minutes, just fix your eyes on the screens to my right and left, and let's tell you, especially if you're encountering NAPE not too long ago or for the first time today, let's take you on this journey. And if you're an old member, relive some moments. I'll be back.
"50 years ago, a vision was born, a dream that Nigeria could lead, not just in reserves, but in the science of exploration. A dream that Nigeria would no longer only be rich in resources, but in expertise, excellence, and exploration leadership. In a country bursting with potential, a few determined minds, led by a man called Akomeno Oteri, who saw the need for social and technical interactions amongst professional colleagues after attending the monthly meetings of Society of Exploration Geophysicists, SEG, in Dallas, USA, did not wait for the world to come to them, but to shape their destiny. They were pioneers, visionaries, founders who dared to believe that our nation could lead in unlocking the treasures beneath our soil and seas. They formed a brotherhood of explorers and gave it a name, Lagos Society of Geologists and Geophysicists, LSGG, which went through numerous challenges that would have led to its demise, but yet survived and expanded through the sheer determination and zeal of its members, eventually changing its name to Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE. Some of the notable 10 names that were in the first meeting include, but not limited to, Akomeno Oteri, Chamberlain Oyibo, Jonas Odocha, Steve Okolo, Gregor Moses, Bayo Akinpelu, Agbogbo Ekpo, Folusho Ogunsomi, Oloutele Dokun, Lace Reverend Oshewa, Neyu Expatriate, Kincha Expatriate, Benga Oguyomi. They founded not just an association, but a powerful movement, a platform that would later become the largest professional association of petroleum geologists and related disciplines in Nigeria and Africa. Members include geologists, geophysicists, CEOs, managers, consultants, students, and academicians. This movement began not with drilling rigs or pipelines, but with ideas, bold ones, ideas that would challenge the status quo, ideas that would find oil and gas, ideas that would build a nation. These ideas have now become a voice that speaks for exploration and a force that shapes the industry today. The successes recorded did not come without challenges. In an era of uncertainty, our founders and other members pushed for local capacity, scientific excellence, and professional unity. In this documentary, we took time to interview some of our founders, past presidents, and also two wives of our past presidents. Take a look.
My name is John Bosco Uche. I am the president of Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE, and I currently work for Renaissance as Geosolutions Manager and Chief Geophysicist.
Dr. Akomeno Oteri, I'm a geologist. James Orife, a geologist.
So my name is Nusa Maradian. I'm a geologist. I'm the country director for SLB.
Chamberlain Oruwa Roibon. I went to Government College of Maya, University of Ibadan, where I studied geology. And I started my working career in Texaco, 1966.
My name is George Osao. I am the chairman of the board of trustees of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists.
So my name is Austin Avurot. I'm a very proud and loyal member, supporter, and servant of NAPE.
My name is Pastor Daniel Ukechukwu Ndefo.
My name is Promise Egele. I am a geologist.
My name is Alex Nachitaka, a geoscientist and alumnus of ABU Zaria.
My name is Emmanuel Enu. I'm a member of NAPE, a fellow of NAPE, Aret Adams Awardee, and today I'm the chairman of the advisory council.
I am Sir Jonas Odocha, the founding secretary of NAPE.
My name is Mrs. Anike Adegbola, wife of late Dr. Laide Adegbola, ex-president of NAPE and fellow of NAPE.
My name is Mrs. Grace Oluwatosin Ogunyomi. I'm the wife of the former NAPE president, late Dr. Olubenga Oluwole Ogunyomi. He became president 1994 to 1995.
My name is Patricia Ochogu, FNAPE. I've been a proud NAPE member since 1985, and I've volunteered almost every year from 1985 to date.
Well, I'm Babajide Agbabiaka, a retired geoscientist I retired from ExxonMobil in year 2006. And up until that time, I've been a member of NAPE since year 1976.
My name is Oluwaseun Ogundipe. I lead the young professional arm of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, generally called the NAPE YP lead. I'm also the geoscientist and the technical assistant to the MD CEO at Ingentia Energies Limited.
My name is Adedoja Ojelabi. I am a geoscientist. I work for Chevron. I've been with Chevron for 35 years. I am a very staunch, devoted, committed member of NAPE. I am the first female president that NAPE had. I am a past president.
My name is Lai Fatuna. I was a founding member of NAPE, and over the years, I had actively participated in the running of the affairs of NAPE. I was a one-time publicity secretary. Then I became vice president. Then I ultimately became president of NAPE.
I started my career in development engineering business as an experience geologist and also as someone in management.
I'm a past president of NAPE. I'm a past president of AAPG. I have degrees in geology, petroleum engineering, project management, and a doctorate in energy management.
At the end of the war, I went to Canada for 2 years, masters, came back to Texaco. I left Texaco in 1976 for the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Then 1977, the ministry merged with the NNOC to form the NNPC. From that time, I became an NNPC staff 1977.
I used to be the president of the association several years ago. I used to be in NNPC before I became director of DPR, which is now NUPRC. Now I work on my own. I'm chairman, president, CEO, whatever you call it, of GeoConcept Technical Limited.
As far back as 1991, I was a geologist, still a geologist in NMPC. I was secretary of NAPE. I joined NAPE in 1983, 42 years ago, as a young geologist. In 2005, I became president of NAPE. At that time, I was managing director of a small independent Platform Petroleum, still out there, still a sponsor of NAPE. And then I was CEO of Seplat from 2010 to 2020.
I worked and retired for Elf Petroleum Nigeria Limited, which is now Total Energies. I retired in 2001. I was the 1986 president of NAPE, and I'm a fellow, past president and fellow emeritus of the association.
I started in Shell in 1979. I worked for Shell for 28 years, left Shell in 2007, and joined Frontier Oil Joint Venture in 2007. I am still working as the technical director of Frontier Oil, and I am very proud that we have been able to develop Uko Field to a level that we produce both gas and oil.
I've held several positions in NAPE. I was vice president in 1997, president-elect in 2005, and president in 2006/2007.
I trained as a geologist from the University of Ibadan. I was recruited by Mobil on graduation in 1973. Even before I finished writing my last papers, yes, my letter of employment had already come to the department. And while in Mobil as a well-site geologist, that was when this idea of starting a professional society was mooted by my colleague, Akomeno Oteri, who was in the geophysics department, and also Dr. Awobo, who was in geology with us.
My career started at Shell after youth corps, and then I went on into consulting. We ran the best, what I would call the most successful E&P consulting company in Nigeria, Geotech Systems Limited. That company then metamorphosed into Niger Delta Exploration and Production PLC, where I then became the founding managing director. And then that grew into ND Western. I also became the managing director at ND Western. And very recently, ND Western, with its partners, became the successful company that acquired the corporate shares of Shell Petroleum Development Company of Nigeria Limited. Today, I'm the chairman of the board of Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited.
I started my professional role in the academia. I was a lecturer at the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. I was there for about 12, 13 years. I now left for Shell, where I spent about 18 years, left Shell as the first deep water exploration manager and joined BG. I was in BG for about 4 years as the general manager exploration, then left BG and joined indigenous company, about 4 of us midwifed, the first EMP, a company that is doing very well today, producing about between 30 and 40,000 barrels of oil.
I have over 37 years oil and gas industry experience spanning NNPC and ExxonMobil, from where I retired 3 years ago.
I am a very proud member of NAPE. I am a fellow of NAPE, a founding member. I joined NAPE in 1979 when it was still Lagos Geophysical and Geological Society.
I was in the past president of SP Nigeria, 1981 to 1982. After which I became president of NAPE, and I was also president of NMGS 2002-2005.
Since I was a member of NAPE, I've held several executive positions, secretary, as ex officio, assistant treasurer, and president-elect, and finally president in 1997, 1998. And even following my retirement from ExxonMobil in 2006, I have more recently been saddled with additional responsibilities for NAPE to serve as a member of the Board of Trustees and as a member of the Advisory Council for the association.
Started off as a petroleum geologist, then after postgraduate school, went to lecture at the University of Ilorin. Then after 13 years, I moved into consultancy in the water industry. They have been active for the past many years.
I've served NAPE as treasurer, financial secretary, president-elect, and president. I'm also a distinguished fellow of the association.
In an era of uncertainty, our founders and other members pushed for local capacity, scientific excellence, and professional unity. They laid the foundation with courage and conviction, irrespective of the consequences from their respective companies at the time. These brave minds lit a flame, the flame of petroleum exploration in Nigeria. They weren't just geologists. They were nation builders, dreamers, torchbearers. The flame they lit still burns bright today. Today, we honor the past, we celebrate the present, and today, we are here to pioneer the future of energy in Africa. Because exploration is not just what we do, it is who we are. 50 years strong and just getting started. This is NAPE. Our ideas find oil and gas.
Just imagine that some of our elders started work before my father and mother knew I was going to come to this life. And some of them are still looking very strong. Some of them can take us on a race, and I'm telling you, they will win us. That's how sound they are in their mind and in their body. Can we please celebrate our founding fathers? Thank you. Thank you so much for leading the way and continuing to hold the torchlight. It is one thing to lead the way. When you get to half the road, you turn off the torchlight and walk away. Those you are leading get into darkness, some fall into a ditch, some get injured, some die in the ditch, but you've not done that. You continue to hold the torch and point us in the direction that we should go. We will thank you. Thank you all the time. Thank you so much. Lovely. Okay, moving on now to our next item on the agenda. By the way, we will continue the documentaries later today, this morning, and then later in the evening as well. We're taking them in like that. Okay, onwards now to our keynote, which is on the theme, pioneering NAPE at 50, pioneering the future of energy in Africa. And if we're talking about the future of energy, we need to get a company that is providing us energy for today, energy for tomorrow. They've laid out the plans on what we should be doing in the next couple of years, up until I think 2030 and beyond, and they are committed to it. Their Chief Executive Officer not able to join us today to share these perspectives with us here at NAPE, but not to worry, he's ably represented by an equally brilliant mind, a leader in the industry. Please welcome Executive Vice President Upstream for NNPC Limited, Mr. Udobong Ntie, representing Mr. Bayo Ojulari.
You. Austin, sit down. Go on, sit down. Sit down, remember. All the past presidents, you sit down. You didn't have your to sit down. So all the leaders sit down. But calling you. There was no time now. You sit down. We'll get to 100. Observe honor us. Thank you. And the industry has on the box. It's been amazing. So personally, thank you very much, Anna, for my principal, Bayo, Larry, here. Joyce, how do you think? Right, so I set out here, so I want to take a moment to recognize standing on existing. Tells you how it is, but my big role. So, we actually 7 ways power the serves. Yeah, like that's also like look like it's nice a lot. SPDC share lots. Understand why that's such a great honor to have a national the kind of things that they're doing. So Dr. Lai, Patton, thank you very much for being here. I celebrate this 70 vice presidents finance side into the it's basically like the built up video that's about that. I'd like to mention not only as executive in terms of back in the day, who's also the past president here, Babajide, I'm raised by NNPC GMD in the past 30 years ago. It was NNPC GMD, so that's 2 or 3 years ago. Chamberlain, thank you so much. Yeah. other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that's by the way, 001 here. The aspirations you have, that you're seeing them now. Pray that you will see it. You will see it. It's going to be a great time. You also have everybody here, WAs, but before jumping into the slides, the reason we are here is to talk about the past being an enabler for the future. 50 years today, how is the next 50 years going to look like? We're going to be interesting that we're going to be sitting here talking about, how things could have been, how things in 50 years. Half a century. I mean, if we flip on to the next slides, I don't have a slide advancer here. I hope somebody is going to be advancing the slides. So I have an outline to just share. It talks about the past, the history. It talks about current realities, where we are for the future, and what plans do we have to sustain the future we're going to be looking into. About 4 or 5 page slides, very easy to go through. I'll just help it enable discussion. So when the panel discussions arise here by one of the board members of NNPC, Dr. Austin Avuru, very enterprising gentleman. By the way, the panelists, be prepared. Austin's panel is not easy. He's going to be asking you some very pointed questions. I've been in one of his panels in Houston, and he comes and starts drilling you as if you have been in a business since you were born. Dr. Avuru, thanks for having you here. It's been half a century of curiosity, exploration, and discovery. This is the milestone we celebrate today. The question is, what milestones are we going to celebrate 50 years from now? When NAPE gets to 100, what are we going to be talking about? What's going to be on the agenda? 50 years ago, a couple gentlemen from what John Bosco talked about, they sat down, 10 people in the room, and talked about how the future was going to look like. They had no idea it was going to be like this today. I'm not sure anybody starts an organization or an association or NAPE to start figuring out 50 years from the day they started. I have another gentleman in the room, Andrew. Andrew, good to see you here. You used to be our exploration GM. Andrew Jayarese, thank you. We're going to be catching up later. It's the story of people. It's the story, excuse me, it's the story of geologists, geoscientists, petroleum explorationists, and all those people who just figure out what's down in the subsurface that I can't still figure out myself, being a surface guy. I can't imagine how you'll be seeing things in the ground that you can't dig hole and see yourself. But they do such a good job of it and bring these things to life. And today, we have an industry that powers the economy of Nigeria. Looking through the timeline we have here, beginning in 1908 with our first exploration, and then moving on to the Shell Darcy Group carrying such a huge risk of coming into what we call a frontier era. At that time, 50 years ago, Nigeria was frontier. We had no clue what we were going to find. But the company at Shell stepped in and they did what they did. And then in the quiet community of Oloibiri, they got their first commercial oil discovery. A couple years later, we exported our first 55,000 barrels. Today, we're exporting thousands and hundreds of thousands and millions of barrels out of Nigeria. It's a long start, but it's something that has really been beneficial to the entire community. And just going through the timeline, you talk about when we joined OPEC. You must have started doing a lot for you to get into the OPEC organization, right? And become influential in the organization. And then NNPC, the company that I work for today, NNPC was established as a corporation. In the 90s, when I joined the industry in 1996, We started the deep water plays, exploring in most of the deep water finds in 1993 bid rounds that culminated in a lot of the opportunities we have there in the deep water space. By the way, where is Victor Bandele? Yeah, there you go. Victor and I, Victor and his boss, Matthew, we've been, myself and Matthew, all through the past week. He's supposed to be on vacation, Victor, but he calls me every night to talk about PSCs and all. And I'm happy to say, by the way, Engineer Kamalafe, we're passing something to the organization. We've been able to agree on what that will look like. So I think we'll be moving things forward in the industry. So well done. And tell Matthew he should come back from vacation. It's done. Okay. Moving on to the next page, IOC started increasing their investments in the industry when democratic rule returned to the space. Lots of investments. We still expect more. We expect more from the local companies that are jumping into the space. And the next decade saw enactments of laws that have really, really powered the industry. The first one being the NOGIC law. There have been several ESCs that have gone through that organization, but we keep seeing increasing developments, increasing opportunities on how we work all the different space. In the next few weeks or so, we'll be meeting with some of the industry leaders to agree how the framework will look like for a return of big construction companies back into the space, because we're expecting a lot of plays, we're expecting a lot of things to happen. So that framework is going to be set, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions around there. The PIA Act, as we know, that has been an enabler. The presidential directives that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has helped issue, to drive a lot of the change that we're seeing right now, and spurring some of the investments that will help power the industry and, of course, power the nation as well. So great times are ahead. And of course, in 2022, NNPC as a limited liability company was chartered. Good things yet to come with that, with the leadership we have, the board and leadership. I was privileged to be in the board retreats that we had. And I don't think I've made this public yet to a lot of people, but after that retreat, Dr. Austin, I went back home thanking the president for the quality of the board that we have, the technical depth, the business savvy, the breadth, the energy they bring into the room. I started the discussions, as he knows, and it was supposed to be a 30-minute discussion. He ended up in 3 hours with Dr. Vuru, just asking all sorts of questions, and good questions for good measure. Show me why this is this. Show me why you have this. Where is the roadmap for this? It makes you just feel a little bit of comfort that you're working with people who know exactly what they're doing. And I'm really, really proud to be a part of that team, and looking forward, a lot of things will happen. Going on to the current realities, where we are today. In the past near term, between 2024 and year-to-date 2025, there've been an uptick in terms of production powered by most people in this room. A lot of people are doing a lot of stuff in the industry that we really do need to give credence to. It's not being talked about a lot, but there's a lot going on. When we closed the year in December last year with about 1.4 million barrels, give or take about 4-5%. By the end of June, I think we were rounding up the month with about 1.669 million barrels. And in the early part of July, and towards the end of July as well, we did climb in a few days, so just a few days, so about 1.8 million barrels. That's about 400,000 barrel growth in just about 6 to 7 months. Let me put this in context. Bonga North has just, signed an FID, as you guys know, in the end of last year, of about $5 billion. And they're going to be coming with 150,000 barrels a day production. The players in this room have increased production 400,000 barrels. That's a lot of investments. That's a lot of work being done in a 6-month time frame. Can we just give the industry players a round of applause? And not just the oil companies, the contracting communities as well. We often leave them out, but they do a great job to support the kind of venture that happens here. So yes, we can clap for all of them too. They do a great job, so thank you very much. Cost management, we're taking another look in optimizing our costs. We're driving costs down. In the past 3 to 6 months, we have put up a roadmap to save up about $3 billion, which I think by the end of December, we're going to up that to about $4.5 billion off our normal costs. Drive down our cost per barrels, our UOCs, our UTCs, do the best we can to do what? To do more with less. And I think it's possible, you know. It's something that's gaining traction among the industry leaders as well, because if they take down their costs, it helps them, it helps us as well. You know, so a big focus of cost management is everybody in the industry. We're talking about investments, the presidential directive that has mandated the industry to look into bringing in fresh investments of about 30 billion by the next 2 years. And then by 2030, the president says he wants to see this $60 billion mark on the table. That's a lot of investment. That's going to mean we will have to refine and mature the opportunities to attract the investments that will bring in this type of mandates to fruition. So all hands must be on deck. We're playing in all the spaces. We're ensuring from deep water to shallow waters to land to swamp, all areas of the business will see activity, and then we'll be able to attain the targets we have here. From an infrastructure standpoint, most of our infrastructure in the industry are all getting aged. I don't like using that word. I've told my team we need to eradicate that word, aged infrastructure. And how do you eradicate it? By making them new again. Facility renewal, fabric maintenance opportunities going on here and there. And as you bring up new opportunities, you are maintaining them. We don't have a good maintenance culture in this part. We're going to have to drive that, put sustainable strategies around that. So we don't go around age infrastructure, age facilities in our PowerPoint slides. Everything will be things that we can do. So more opportunities in that space for those who play in that area. We've done a lot with our major pipelines. I think just showing the slides to the upstream leaders in the past few weeks, we came to a place where we're now seeing 100% availability in our crude oil pipeline, something we've never seen in the last, I would say, 5 to 7 years since we started having the noise around that space. We're converting the noise to signals by SCADA systems that we can pick up things really quickly when they happen. We've got drones, we've got all sorts of technology running around, and we're looking to see how we can bring more infrastructure with more technology in the lines to help us do things better. So more to come in that space. And of course, collaboration in the industry. We just started that. We started meeting with industry leaders twice a month at the beginning. Just last month, we upped it to once a month. And we think we've achieved the right tempo, you know, where we can move things from action items to delivering, to putting wood on wood pile, as I like to say. You know, and I want to say thank you to all the industry leaders here that attend the meetings. A lot of them do. Victor does, Jim does all the time, Roger and his team, Sam, Tony Atta of Renaissance, the ITOM, all of them, they kick in there, lend their views, give their guidance, ideas, suggestions, and we capture all of them and then bring them back again to see how we can work them collectively. So any opportunity we're seeing is all industry-led and industry-endorsed. It's not just NNPC mandating things anymore. We're moving away from that era of mandates, more like getting into the collaborative space so we can tag along and get things done together. Okay.
All right, next slide on, it's future opportunities. How is the next 50 years going to look like? The horizon before us is clear. It's near, it's present, it's far out, and it's everything in between. There's untapped deep water reserves, which we're going to need to get into more. There's gas monetization and energy access. We need to monetize our gas. We're shifting from gas production to gas monetization as well. We've been doing a great job of it, but it's going to be a little bit more focused as we go through that space. In a region that is hungry for infrastructure, especially the midstream space, we're hearing people want to invest. You know, when I was in Houston, when I was working in Houston, there's an organization called Kingdom Morgan. All they do is just midstream, build pipelines all over the place. You know, we want to move away from, well, perhaps not in the near term, but we really want to encourage participation in the midstream and not saddle or burden that with the upstream folks. Let the midstream folks build their own pipelines. Let them build the eco space and see how we'll be able to run things very well in that area. I'm getting very, very great encouragement in that space. Technology optimization, bringing in AI. I want to see more AI in the industry. There's just a little of it going on as I do my visits around the upstream companies. I want to see what we're doing with technology. Digital twins, digital mirrors, AI, SCADA systems, all around. It will help with the people we have. It will support the people we have. It will put less people in the front end, you know, where I can stay in my bedroom and be monitoring my production, know exactly what is going on, and you can make faster decisions than having to wait 2 or 3 weeks before you get an outcome of what's going on deep into the swamps. You know, how do we power AI in the wellheads, below the subsurface? How do we get real-time data to make changes, make adjustments as quickly as possible? You know, understanding the well dynamics, the fluid systems. What's the temperature down there? Is it appropriate to run a well at that temperature? Or you can tweak your chokes based on what you're seeing in real time. It's going to be expensive to introduce, but as we go ahead, you know, the costs will ease out. But those are the things we have to do. We have to do these things better than how we've done in the past. Our next 50 years cannot be like our today. It's got to be a lot better. I'm really excited for how that will play out, guys. Innovative funding. Funding has always been one track. Can we come up with 2 or 3 ideas? That's what I've been challenging your man Matthew with. Can we bring in technology to help with funding? How would that look like? Can we try pilot things in small arenas, and then when we gain some certainty and trust, we can explode it into the market front? What other funding areas are there to do work? How do we attract the funding? A lot of the panels I sit on when I'm in panels is more, how do you attract business into the environment? It was a top feature in Sarah Week in March. How do you attract investments? How to bring money into the system? And how do you gain the trust of the people bringing in the money? They're not just bringing the money because they like you. It's not a social welfare program. They want to make a margin from it. They want to make money. How do you give them that? And also gain your upsides as well. We've had oil in the ground for so long. It's time to begin to get the deals that will get the oil out of the ground. Our oil in the ground doesn't get us anywhere. It's all oil in place. It's got to convert to cash for the country to get the benefits that we need. So funding is going to be a big piece. Has always been, but we need new sources. We need new areas. And then the last page is on sustainability. How do we sustain what we have? When you listen to the Minister for Petroleum Resources, Oil is always talking about how do we focus on climate change and driving fossil fuels? It's not a zero-sum game. We can do both.
We can talk and chew gum at the same time. We can do both. Because these developed economies that Jim and Roger represents, they grow on the back of fossil fuels. How do we do it in our economies as well, but not harm the environment? How do we do it sustainably, reasonably, and with the right values in place? So I want to leave all these thoughts with you as we think about the next 50 years. Sustainability is going to be a big piece. It's already a big piece with all the changes and movements that we're seeing. You know, glad to know investment is coming back. When I mean investments, the top investments by the top global banks. The investments last year by global banks topped about $800 billion. We learned there was a report on that. How is the next 5 years going to look like for the industry? How do we cushion, blanket ourselves, and yet do business in an environment that may not be favorable to our business? We think it's possible. We need creativity in that space. NAPE has brought us this far the last 50 years. I think the next 50 years, NAPE will bring us into the future. So we're really looking forward to that. NNPC is ready to collaborate in that space. And whoever is willing to jump into the fray, we don't want to look back and say to ourselves, we could have made these decisions. We could have jumped on this project. We could have done this and done that. We want to look back and say, we did this, and it was a good decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dobong Tia, Executive Vice President, Upstream NNPC Limited, speaking there on behalf of his principal, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari, the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC. Please give them another warm applause. Guiding us through what they are doing and what is the expectation of all of us as partners in progress. Thank you very much. Switching gears from him, now we are moving from the operator of national interest to the regulator of national interest for global excellence. Evolution of oil and gas regulation in Nigeria, opportunities, achievements, and regulatory strategies for upstream resource optimization is the topic we are shining our spotlight on at this time. And to speak to us this time is an engineer and industry professional that stands as a colossus, a steadfast guide, steering the nation's energy vessel through uncharted waters with clarity, vision, and resolve. Agency, quite a number of awards in recent time. For instance, last year, Arise, and this day, it recognized him as the Chief Executive Officer of the Year in the Public Service. And Champion Newspapers says is the most outstanding regulator of the year in 2023, and many more like that, leading this upstream regulator to be an economic and business enabler for the industry, helping the country thrive as well. Let's welcome now our next speaker, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, OFR, FNSC, Pioneer Commission Chief Executive for NUPRC, as he takes his presentation, keynote presentation as our special guest speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Captains of industry. Let me start by saying that I bring the felicitations from the two Honorable Ministers of State for Oil and Gas, and that is Dr. Enikins Lokobiri and the Honorable Minister of State for Gas, Dr. Ekperipe Epo, my two principals. They've asked me to profoundly convey their felicitations this gathering. They are currently busy, with other national assignments. NAPE, let me say that on a personal note, I'm very excited to be here to participate at this gathering marking the 50th anniversary of this association of eminent professionals that in the last 50 years have shaped the future of our industry. My brother, Dr. Nusa, was constantly on me, and I assured him that I will be here with you as the regulator of the industry to have the regulatory voice at this event. So I'm very happy that eventually I am here. So thank you, everyone. So captains of industry, I can see the faces of all of you, from Jim, Roger, my very good friend, and of course, other eminent industry stakeholders and personalities. The representative of the GCO, my very good brother, Mr. Ntia, thank you for your very brilliant presentation. Please convey us to the GCO. It's very important for me, of course, to equally recognize the 001 here. I have a special opportunity. That is a pleasure to meet you, sir. That is the founder of NAPE, Mr. Otheri. I appreciate you. And Mr. Austin Avuru, a very notable industry stakeholder and a board member of NMPC. I recognize you as well. And of course, the chief organizer and our host, that is Mr. John Bosco, the president of NAPE. It's my pleasure equally to recognize you as well. I have, that is my address. Yeah, sorry, let me say that I really listened very attentively. That is to the presentation of the last speaker, that is the EVP upstream, and I believe like many of us, and I'm going to take my bearing from your presentation in the sense that he, in his presentation, endeavored to capture most of the issues, concerning the industry, and especially the last part of the speech talking about issue of sustainability, and I'm equally going to touch on that in my address. So you've laid a very good foundation. So my presentation will be an ice on the cake. So distinguished industry stakeholders, captains of industry, gentlemen of the press, and the young professionals here in attendance. Allow me to express my profound gratitude to the executive committee and the organizer of NAPE for the honor of inviting me to address this distinguished gathering today. It is with deep appreciation and thoughtful reflection that I join you in celebrating NAPE's 58th anniversary, a remarkable milestone in the journey of an institution that has been the intellectual engine and professional cornerstone of Nigeria's oil and gas sector. For 5 decades, NAPE has stood as a pillar of geoscientific excellence, driving strategic exploration
advancing industry knowledge and building critical bridges between the academia, government, and the energy sector. This Golden Jubilee, termed NAPE at 50, pioneering the future of energy in Africa, is far more than a celebration. It marks a defining moment to reaffirm our shared commitment to building a resilient, innovative, and forward-looking energy future for Nigeria and the Africa continent. In this spirit, I am honored to speak today on the topic, evolution and gas regulation in Nigeria, opportunities, achievements, and regulatory strategies for upstream resource optimization. Nigeria's upstream petroleum sector has evolved through decades of learning and legacy. For over 50 years, the Petroleum Act of 1969 governed our industry, providing structure during its early formative years. However, over time, the limitations of that legal framework became increasingly evident. Operational inefficiencies, overlapping regulations, opaque fiscal structures, and limited investor confidence hindered the sectoral growth. Prolonged project approval cycles and ability to fully harness its hydrocarbon potential. This trajectory changed the enactment of the Petroleum Industry Act in 2021. The PIA ushered in a new era of governance, fiscal reform and institutional realignment. It represents a paradigm shift from static regulation to dynamic performance-based governance and investor-centric policies anchored in transparency, clarity, and global competitiveness. With it came the establishment of the NUPRC, a dedicated, of course, thinking regulator charged with the responsibility of repositioning Nigeria as a world-class upstream oil and gas jurisdiction. In terms of regulatory strategies for upstream resource optimization and resource and opportunities, the NUPRC has embraced its mandate with a clear focus on upstream resource optimization. It has issued 19 enabling regulations that operationalize key provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act. In the course of the presentation by the last speaker, he actually dwelled on how do we attract funding, which is one of the issues I noted in his last slide. And of course, we all know that without enthroning a stable regulatory environment, without the right climate being enthroned, it's going to be very challenging to attract funding. So, and that is one key area that the NUPRC has really done well in ensuring that, at least in Nigeria, we can all proudly say that the right regulatory environment has been enthroned. And how have we done this? Through the forward-looking regulatory tools that we all have all co-created. I mean, we are using the instrumentality of the regulations that we've all co-created. In addition, the Commission has developed and unveiled a comprehensive regulatory action plan aligned with the intent of the Petroleum Industry Act, signaling to both domestic and international stakeholders that Nigeria is ready to lead with clarity, confidence, and competitiveness. This regulatory action plan framed within the broader context of NUPRC's 10-year strategic plan sets out tactical initiatives to address long-standing bottlenecks, promote timely and transparent licensing rounds, and introduce fiscally attractive frameworks for offshore, deepwater, and gas-based investments. In a fiercely competitive global environment, the Regulatory Action Plan serves as both a corrective and catalytic framework to boost Nigeria's share of sub-Saharan Africa's upstream investment, with which at Itato dropped from 44% in 2014 to just 30% in 2022. It reflects the Commission's readiness to confront the realities of the present, restore investor confidence, and elevate Nigeria's global standing as a prime investment destination in the oil and gas space. In furtherance, we have embedded data, intelligence, and digital innovation into upstream operations. The revitalized National Data Repository, that is the Africa's largest digital petroleum data bank, now enables seamless access to high-quality geoscientific data, improving investment decision-making through seismic reprocessing, advanced data-driven basin analysis, and targeted data acquisition. We are enhancing subsurface knowledge and de-risking exploration. Ladies and gentlemen, our recent licensing round, anchored on quality data access, regulatory certainty, and investor-centered reform agenda, recorded unprecedented successes. And I think we should all be proud about this. And of course, I expect you to clap at that. These include the 57 PPL awards of 2022, the 2022 mini bid round, and the 2024 licensing round. Each of these licensing rounds was conducted with unprecedented transparency, unmatched competitiveness, and remarkable investor engagement. The Commission has implemented competitive royalty regimes, zero hydrocarbon tax for certain projects, and other fiscal consolidated mechanisms tailored to support project viability. Through our Project 1 Million Barrels initiative, launched in 2024, Nigeria is actively ramping up crude oil production by reactivating dormant fields, fast-tracking regulatory approvals, and enhancing operational efficiencies across the upstream value chain, with a clear target of increasing production from 1.46 million barrels per day to 2.5 million barrels of oil by 2026. The initiative has already demonstrated strong momentum, with current unreconciled daily production averaging 1.7 million barrels of oil per day. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you recall that, as part of the third year anniversary of the NUPRC, we launched the Project 1 Million Barrel in October 2024. And of course, that initiative, again, like the last speaker said, was targeted at leveraging on power of collaboration in the industry. And I'm happy most of us attended that event at the Transcorp 18 in Abuja. We're happy to announce that it has been a resounding success in implementation of the initiative. And from the benchmark production volume to now, we've been able to record, an average of about 300,000 incremental barrels against the benchmark production volume then. So for us, again, that is a lot of progress as we march on to attain the target of 2.5 million barrels of oil, for the nation. Equally crucial is the protection and optimization of the national hydrocarbon assets, the approval of 37 new evacuation routes, coupled with intensified collaboration with national security agencies, has significantly curtailed crude theft and enhanced accountability across the country. At the same time, the enforcement of the domestic crude oil obligation is securing consistent feedstock to local refineries, strengthening Nigeria's internal supply chains and building long-term economic resilience. On the social development front, the Host Community Development Trust framework, fully operational via our Host Comply digital platform, has created unprecedented transparency and direct community impact, fostering trust, reducing and reinforcing social license for operators here to operate conducively. It is a social inclusion program, which as a regulator, again, we've imbibed technology, is technologically driven, and as is being implemented in a transparent manner. While hydrocarbons continue to generate nearly 90% of Nigerians' foreign exchange earnings and 70% of government revenue, we are fully aware that the long-term viability of our energy sector depends on aligning growth with climate responsibility. Our gas-centric energy transition strategy remains a cornerstone of this effort, anchored by flagship initiatives such as the Decade of Gas, the Nigeria Gas Player Commercialization Program, and the Presidential CNG Initiative. These programs collectively aim to eliminate routine gas flaring by year 2030 and reduce methane emissions by 60% by year 2031. In parallel, we are working collaboratively with you industry stakeholders to fully monetize Nigeria's abundant gas resources through strategic LNG expansion program, deployment of floating production solutions, and the development of cross-border pipelines designed not only to power Nigeria's economy, but to accelerate Africa's broader industrialization. Beyond infrastructure, the NUPRC is also championing the creation of a transparent, competitive, and investor-friendly gas market, unlocking the commercial potential of an estimated 600 TCF of gas resources and positioning Nigeria as a central hub in the global energy transition. The net zero ambition is also anchored on Nigeria's upstream decarbonization framework and blueprint designed by the Commission to integrate emission monitoring, carbon capture and storage, and access to climate finance via carbon markets. In doing so, we are enabling emissions reduction to generate value through a burgeoning carbon services ecosystem comprising monitoring technologies, advisory services, and advanced development tools, while upholding the highest standards of environmental and asset integrity. On a continental scale, the NUPRC is spearheading efforts to integrate Africa's energy markets through the African Petroleum Regulatory Forum. We are promoting regulatory alignment, cross-border financing, and infrastructure interoperability. We are equally confident that our collaboration with the African Energy Bank will foster strategic and equitable channeling of transition capital to the most impactful projects across Africa's evolving energy landscape. The transformative impact has been remarkable. Our oil and gas sector has seen a significant surge in investment. New investors empowered by clarity and quality have entered our sector. Oil and gas reserves and production have increased, while rig counts have surged from 8, that is in 2021, to 43 active rigs currently. Again, that is a strong metric to show that vibrancy has returned into this industry, and I expect an applause for that equally. With projections, yes, we actually project that by end of December, we should have active 50 rig count in the industry, given the current trajectory. With 210 TCF of natural gas reserves, the largest in Africa, and 37 billion barrels of crude reserves, Nigeria holds enormous reserves. As the largest oil producer in Africa, Nigeria currently produces approximately 1.8 million barrels of oil per day, that is of crude and condensate combined. However, our national aspiration is to increase production to 3 million barrels of oil per day and 12 billion standard cubic feet of gas per day. Realizing this ambitious target requires sustained investment to unlock untapped basins, advance the development of mature and frontier fields, and establishment of critical oil and gas infrastructure to secure our energy needs and support demands of Nigeria's rapidly growing population. And again, the last speaker, the EVP, NNPC, call it dwell so much on that is reviving the infrastructure in the industry. These are new frontier opportunities in onshore. There are new frontier opportunities in the onshore, shallow water, and deep offshore blocks, especially in underexplored basins. Enabled by our new licensing rounds regime, there are also other vast and compelling transformative opportunities, particularly in natural gas development. Gas to power initiatives, the LNG projects, FLNGs, and compressed natural gas transportation infrastructure aimed at enhancing both export capacity and domestic energy supply. In addition, attractive green investment prospects exist in decarbonization technologies and renewable energy solutions as a wide range of other investment and business opportunities in project financing, investment, and technical services. Ladies and gentlemen, the above narratives in a nutshell underscore the vast opportunities within the Nigerian upstream oil and gas space, driven by transformative reforms under the Petroleum Industry Act. And of course, we would like to pay a glowing tribute, that is to the support and the effort of our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for the executive orders the EVP, the last speaker, alluded to, which of course is being implemented seamlessly by the respective agencies. While challenges such as infrastructure deficit and that is low funding fueled by the global energy transition and environmental concerns still exist. Ladies and gentlemen, these challenges are not unsurmountable. They are surmountable. That is with determination and commitment of all of us. With well-informed strategies and robust collaboration across local and regional stakeholders, these obstacles can be effectively addressed. In line with this, our forward agenda includes sustaining competitive licensing run, that is by the regulator which we are committed to, accelerating frontier basin exploration, fast-tracking the reactivation of shut-in wells and dormant assets, advancing the Project 1 million barrel initiative, expanding evacuation infrastructure to secure production volumes, deploying the advanced cargo declaration system to curb crude oil theft and improve export transparency. Let me now seize the opportunity of this forum to equally announce to us that the NUPRC is relentlessly committed to activating, that is the go live of the Advanced Cargo Declaration Initiative. That is part of, that is driving the industry using technology and enhancing transparency. So in the weeks ahead, we will go live on the Advanced Cargo Declaration Initiative. So this initiative will enable us as an industry to be able transparently to monitor, that is the evacuation volume digitally to the disport, that is discharge port, in a manner that at least we can mitigate leakages in that is crude oil evacuation. So I think that is what one thing I think all of us should equally again be proud of. So as part of our closing reflections, as we mark NAPE's Golden Jubilee, we are reminded that this celebration is not just about the past, but about charting the course for the future. The regulatory evolution in Nigeria's upstream sector has laid the foundation for a more resilient, transparent, and investor-ready energy landscape. Let us all recommit ourselves to deepening our exploration frontiers and translating resources into inclusive prosperity. Congratulations once again to NAPE members at this 50th anniversary. I am not a member of NAPE to say that upfront, but I believe after this presentation, the members, maybe by association, will find me worthy of being inducted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe, FNSE, OFR, Commission Chief Executive there, getting us through the presentation on the evolution of oil and gas regulations in Nigeria, what opportunities we have now, what advancements and achievements they're making. Please give him another round of applause. I'm sure between now and the evening, when the president will speak again, he will bring you a message from the Advisory Council and the Board of Trustees. Well, thank you so much for the insight that you provided. Let me acknowledge warmly here the presence of the very first female chair, council chair for SPE in Nigeria, Engineer Dr. Amina Damadami. Good to see you. Good morning. Welcome. Okay, so according to medical doctors, we're not supposed to be seated for upwards of 2-3 hours without a stretch. We're going to take a stretch. In that time, a stretch of about 5 minutes. In that time, if you want to grab a cup of coffee, you just go in that direction and grab one and come back to your seat. But please take care of your personal belongings, I like to stress. Now, in 5 minutes' time, we'll begin playing the second part of the documentary. I want to appeal respectfully, please. As you're grabbing your cup of coffee and as you're stretching, once we begin the documentary, kindly, wherever you are, just simmer down, reduce the noise, and let's enjoy the documentary. I will expect that you're seated. If you don't want to grab a cup of coffee, you don't want to use the restroom, it's fine. All we're doing is just standing, stretching, and taking our seat. So please stand now. Take just a stretch, just stand. We're not, if you don't want to go out, it's fine. But the whole idea is just so that you move the body a bit, let the blood circulate a bit more, increase assimilation, kill the boredom. Now, in this time, if you want to grab a cup of coffee, feel free to do that. If you want to use the restroom, feel free to do that. In 5 minutes, we'll begin the documentary. Second part of the documentary, in 5 minutes exactly. Okay, so I'm told the VIPs should go in here to my left, and then other delegates can go to delegates are going to the on my okay. Other delegates, please go to the end of the hall to the right. VIP, yes.
Why?
Right. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you are queuing to grab a cup of coffee, it's fine. If you're not on that queue, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And when you grab it, please come in and take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. And then if you're queuing, very kindly, not have conversation in such a manner that would distract the meeting. So please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Can we allow Dr. Former take his seat? Thank you very much. Please take your seats. We'll allow the president take his seat, please. Thank you very much. And will please allow the CFO of Renaissance take his seat. Thank you very much. If your queuing is fine, as you take common seats, Kunle, please take your seats. Dr. Former, sir. Thank you very much. Prof, please take your seats. Please take your seat. Thank you. Let's allow Dr. Enu please take his seat. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ibn, please take your seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you all very kindly. So we're going to take just 10 minutes of the documentary, 10 minutes, technical. We're taking just 10 minutes. We'll take the remaining part later. So you can take a look at it now, see where the 10-minute mark is. Wherever that is, hit a stop in 10 minutes into the video, please. So that after that 10 minutes, we'll go into Dr. Fatono's presentation, then the panel session, the remarks from sister associations. We'll then close with lunch to reconvene later at 4 p.m. So technical, as I'm speaking, take note of the 10-minute mark. Take note of the 10-minute mark. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kindly take your seats, please. And as you do, can we please reduce the noise so we can enjoy the documentary? If you're still on the queue, that's fine. Grab your tea and coffee, come back to your seat. Thank you for your cooperation. You're all far too kind. Thank you kindly. Technical, please. The next installment of the documentary for just 10 minutes. Cue now.
Today, the top indigenous oil and gas producing companies either being run or were founded, built from scratch by geoscientists who themselves were at one time presidents of NAPE. We are indeed proud to showcase our past presidents from inception to date. We are esteemed presidents. Dr. Akomeno Kevin F. NAPE, President, 1975. Germany, F. NAPE, President, 1976. Dr. Ibi Mashola, F. NAPE, President, 1977. Dr. Buka Uwangu, F. NAPE, NAPE, President, 1978 to 1979. Mr. James F. NAPE, President, 1982 to 1996. Dr. Ugo Ayola F. NAPE, 1984. Chief Wande Sonia NAPE, President, 1984 to 1985. Mr. Bayo F. NAPE, President, 1986. President, 1986 to 1987. Dr. Steve Kolo, NAPE, President, 1987 to 1988. Dr. M.O. Adibola, NAPE, President, 1988 to 1989. Stadtman of F. NAPE, President, 1989. Reverend R.A.O. Ochoa, F. NAPE, President, 1990. Rolamba Yobari, NAPE, President, 1991 to 1992. Alhaji Ains One, NAPE, 1992 to 1993. Dr. Lai Fano, NAPE, President, 1993 to 1993. Dr. Yomi F. NAPE, late President, 1994 to 1999. Dr. Bishop NAPE, President, 1995 to 1996. Chief Femi Imade NAPE, 1996 to 1997. Mr. Chidi Obiangu, President, 1997 to 1990. Chief Tunde Afolabi, F. NAPE, President, 1998 to 1999. Reverend Precious Omuku, F. NAPE, President, 1999 to 2000. Mr. A.S. Odushino, F. NAPE, President, 2000 to 2002. Mr. S. Lati Adayomi, F. NAPE, President, 2001 to 2002. Mr. Emmanuel Andokwai, F. NAPE, President, 2002 to 2003. Mr. Promise Emilio, President, 2003 to 2004. Mr. Gilbert, 2004 to 2005. Mr. Austin Aldo, NAPE, President, 2005 to 2006. Dr. Emmanuel, 2006 to 2007. Dr. Kingsley Ojo, NAPE, 2007 to 2008. Mr. Victor Abed Davis, NAPE, President, 2008 to 2009. Mr. Isaac NAPE, President, 2009. Mr. Jide John F. NAPE, President, 2010. Dr. Mayowa Fair, NAPE, President, 2011 to 2012. Mr. John Saho, NAPE, President, 2012 to 2013. Mrs. Adedoja Ojelabi, President, 2013. Mr. Chikwe Edozie, F. NAPE, President, 2014, 2015. Dr. Nosa, President, 2015. Mr. Abiodun Listen, F. NAPE, 2016, 2017. Dr. Andrew Jayirese, F. NAPE, President, 2017 to 2018. Mr. Ajibola Oyebamiji, F. NAPE, President, 2018 to 2019. Mr. Alex Achitaka, F. NAPE, President, 2019 to 2020. Mrs. Patricia Ojobo, F. NAPE, President, 2020 to 2021. Dr. James Bedet, F. NAPE, President, 2021 to 2022. Mr. F. NAPE, President, 2024 to 2023. Dr. Abiodun Ojobi, F. NAPE, President, 2023 to 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, now behold our current president, Mr. John Bosco Uche, F. NAPE, President, 2024 to 2025.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for all of this amazing professionals and individuals who have led this association up until now. Remarkable. At this time, I would beg your indulgence to give us all of your attention, because we're going to take two short reflections, very short reflections, and then proceed into a special feature presentation before the panel session. And for these short reflections, when EVP Upstream was speaking, he made a comment around, what this next speaker must be feeling, knowing where it all started, where it is, and where it's projected to be. So we'll give him our utmost attention. We'll give him our utmost ovation. We'll show him our utmost respect as he makes his way forward to just address us for a few minutes. We know him as a founding father. We know him as a renowned industry expert and professional. We know him as a seasoned earth scientist. But most importantly, he's speaking to us in these reflections as number 001 of NAPE, founding president. Please welcome Dr. Akomeno Oteri, F. NAPE. We can make the applause better. We can make the applause better. Reflections from our founding presidents. We'll go from one to speak first. Keep the applause until he gets to the lectern. Thank you for the vision, sir, and congratulations.
Please be seated. I wish to use this opportunity to welcome all of us to this celebration of 50 years. It looks quite a short while, but it's quite long in my eyes. And first of all, we should thank God for the grace, for his grace, which allows us to be present at this 50th anniversary. Because then in 75, we never knew, but for the grace of God, we may not be present today. We've heard a lot about the formation and how the society has grown. I would just add that the society has grown beyond any imagination I had at that time. And this is because of the support along the way of the various members of executives, the members, the fellows, and other organs of the association that have widened the scope of thinking, the scope of work, and really grown the society to be what it is today. So the celebration is actually for each and every one of us, celebrating our contribution to making the society what it is today. And it's my hope that in the next years to come, it will continue to grow and grow and grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, one more resounding applause for our 001. Of course, in that order, we go from 001 to one who we heard earlier having served in the private part of the industry, went to serve in the public part of it, and rose to the zenith of our national oil company. But importantly, he's our 002. Please welcome to speak to us Chief Chamberlain Oruwari Oyibo, F. NAPE. Keep the applause coming. Don't stop. Don't stop. You're welcome, sir.
All protocols duly observed. ACO has spoken, so I'm not going to speak much more. But to say that organizing a society like this in the earth sciences in Nigeria was initially based on earth sciences based in Enugu, Jos, and Kaduna. Enugu because that was the headquarters of the coal corporation. No coal was being mined and exported and was being used for power generation. Those of you from the eastern part, you know that OG power plant was all coal-fired, and coal was also being used for running of our railway engines. Then Jos, because Jos was the mining city in Nigeria, tin and columbite, and beneficiation of those. And then Kaduna. Why Kaduna? But that was the center of the Geological Society. Now, with the production of oil, we expected that Port Harcourt would be the next center. And it was beginning to be until the Civil War came. With the end of the Civil War, all of us ended up in Lagos. Even those of us who don't like Lagos. And I'll tell you why I didn't like Lagos. I told myself I would not even apply for any job in Lagos. I was a student in the University of Ibadan, and Lagos was the nearest place to come and visit relations. We stayed in Surulere, and I will get up I will let the people going to work go. Around 9 o'clock, I'll go to the bus stop to try to take a bus to Lagos Island. The bus stop will be empty. Just a few of us. But as soon as the bus arrives, there'll be a crowd and everybody's jumping up and down. And I wasn't used to that type of life in Port Harcourt, where I could just walk into a bus. So I told myself I wouldn't work in Lagos at all. But at the end of the Civil War, where did I find myself? Lagos. So when we got all of us in Lagos, we were looking for opportunities to associate and enhance our professional career. The NMGS was based mostly in those areas I've talked about. We were all members of the NMGS, but we felt our interests were not being taken care of. So when ACO came around, actually, it was 1974 we formed NAPE, not 1975. But it was 1975 we did the inauguration. When ACO came around, we readily jumped into the meeting. And in that first meeting, they were all young people. I don't think any of them was up to 30. I was probably the grandfather of them. I was at 33. And we spent our evenings trying to hold meetings because our employers, all of us were working for the IOCs. They will encourage you to join the American Society, the British Society, where all of them were members, our bosses. But they were not encouraging us to start one. They didn't give us time to meet. So we met after work. Luckily, Lagos was a very difficult place with its traffic. All of us were living in the Surulere area. So when we closed from work, instead of going home and staying 2 hours in the traffic, we stayed back and held our meetings. So we killed two birds with one stone. We're happy that NAPE has grown to this level. All the things that we wanted to do have been done. In fact, in those days, on Saturdays, we met in our houses in Surulere because most of us were living there. And for me, at that time, I think most of them were single. I had been married during the Civil War. So my wife used to cook us good pepper soup. In fact, I've asked her to come and see those people for whom she was cooking pepper soup 50 years ago. So for 50 years, we've gone far. And when the name change came, it was also killing two birds with one stone. First, the Lagos Society was restricted to Lagos, but some of us were beginning to get out of Lagos. I had left Lagos for Warri and so on. So the Nigerian Association now included all of us. And the geologists and geophysicists was also restrictive because other people, geochemists, others were also joining the exploration train. So those who changed the name, we want to thank you for being forward-looking. Now for the next 50 years, all we have to do, for those of you who will be there, because at 84, I don't think I'll be there in the next 50 years. So those of you who will be there, perhaps at the back, we wish you luck. May this society keep on growing from strength to strength so that it will continue to be useful to the economy of this society, of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please make the applause better for our 002. Many years ago, I heard that in Lagos, they used to do odd and even number cars going out and coming in. So back then, there was still traffic. Oh, Lagos. Lagos. Back then, with all the even and odd number, you see had traffic. Oh, Lagos, God help us. But thank you so much. Please give him one more round of applause, Chief Chamberlain Oyibo F. NAPE. Thank you so much for, and please send our regards to mommy, thank you so much. Okay, onwards now. We move on to our next speaker who comes to share with us now with over 5 decades, or nearly, if you like, 5 decades of experience in this industry he's loved and worked so hard for. He's a distinguished geologist, a pioneering entrepreneur, and highly respected thought leader in Nigeria's oil and gas industry. He's been at the forefront of transformation for Nigerian energy landscape, advocating for the emergence and empowerment of indigenous operators in exploration and production sector. And he's one who the industry reveres and has given numerous awards in his time serving this industry and our nation. Please put your hands together with a warm applause and welcome Dr. Lai Fatrono, F. NAPE, and an Arret Adams Award recipient. For those who do not know, Arret Adams is the most prestigious award NAPE gives to her members, and he's one of the few in 50 years who has received such an honor. Please welcome one more time, Dr. Lai Fatrono, F. NAPE. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. The president of NAPE,
the first president of NAPE, Mr. Oteri. We all call you 001. And Chief Chambers Oyibo, and all the presidents here present. I would just say it's a very, very rare honor for me to be here. And I just want to say, in addition to all of you here, distinguished executives of NAPE and members of NAPE, my colleagues, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And I had prepared a few slides, but I think I'm just going to read my narratives because my narratives will be as reaching as the slides that you will see. So we are here today to celebrate 50 years of NAPE, 5 decades of ideas, of innovation, and of unwavering resilience in our oil and gas industry. For me, this is more than an anniversary. It is deeply personal. Today, I want to share a story. It's our story. Our story, all of us in this room. It's also my story. And of course, a story that runs in parallel with NAPE. It's NAPE's own story. It's a story of how a small idea, born in the meeting rooms and nurtured by bold thinking, grew into an enterprise of continental significance. So the origins, an early vision. It's quite touching because I want to go back to the late 1980s. In 1988, I had just left Shell, 3 years on. This was at Geotrex Systems Limited. And all of you who are staff of Geotrex System in this room, please, I want you to stand up for recognition. Because we call Geotrex Systems Limited a very endearing consulting entity. We're based in Bagada, by the way. We're the only oil and gas related company that was not on the island. And that was very strange. It was an odd place to be. We were so-called the Bagada campus. In 1988, I drafted what became known as the Marginal Oil Development Concept. It was a memo. It was an inter-office memo. This wasn't just an engineering note. It was a vision for indigenous operators to take charge of small, overlooked oil fields and make them productive. We dreamt then of what we called, or we were going to call, Geotrex Exploration and Production Company Limited, but that never happened. In 1989, NAPE presented a special paper at a DPR seminar, Statutory Control of the Oil Industry in Nigeria. This was our public declaration. The politics of this period was very, very, very charged. Dr. Adegbola was the chief geophysicist at Shell. We wrote the paper, but he couldn't deliver it because it was not politically correct for the chief geophysicist of Shell to stand in an audience like this and be talking about how to bring change to an industry that was essentially IOCs. So the Lord fell on somebody else to deliver that paper. I was lucky. I had escaped from Shell. I was in a very, very wide, open thinking environment. So I took the brunt. I had to deliver his paper for him. And what was in the paper? The paper was calling for a drastic change to the industry and to give indigenous companies a chance to be part of that industry. That wasn't all. Fast forward, 1996, our mentor, I haven't seen him today. We all call him, where's Walimu? The teacher. Ebioma Shola. He delivered a classic paper on the Niger Delta reserves, confirming the basin's potential, and I believe that indigenous capacity was key to unlocking it. He revealed there was over 200 odd unappraised fields in Nigeria, all these waiting to be developed. So that was the beginning of the story. Let's fast forward again. If you go to the next slide. Ogbele Field. Ogbele Field, thanks to Chevron, you entrusted Ogbele Field into the hands of a Nigerian entity that had no track record. But that wasn't Chevron, that was Gulf Oil Company. I don't know how many of you in this audience remember that. Those of you maybe from the second set of chairs, you don't know Gulf Oil because you weren't born when Gulf Oil was king in Nigeria. But that was Gulf Oil, which then became Chevron of today. Once again, thank you, Chevron. You entrusted Ogbele Field into the hands of an unknown Nigerian entity. So, Ogbele Field, which company? Niger Delta Petroleum Resources. Today, that company has metamorphosed into Aradel. We faced the Trojan horse dilemma then. And what was that? Chevron didn't give us 2 fields. Actually, Chevron gave us 12 fields. And we left the meeting. All the old guys were very happy we have 12 fields. I was the youngest in the group. Now, when I'm talking about youngest, I'm talking about people like Chief Harriet Adams. I'm talking of Dr. Swelly. I'm talking of late Alex Okoli, Eddie Yamo. They were all excited. Chevron had given us 12 fields. On the roundabout, on the Lekki Express Road, if you all know Chief Harriet Adams, he would always say, I want to use my pump. So we stayed in this rough terrain, and they noticed that I wasn't as excited as they were. And they asked why I wasn't jumping. And I said, sirs, this is a Trojan horse. We don't need 12 fields. Of course, I was talking off point. But they were quick in understanding that my youthful voice could also count for something. So we drove to Chief Adams' office, and he asked me to explain myself. And I said, gentlemen, we have no money. We have no political will. We have nothing. 12 fields from my exploration upbringing is awesome. But let us take a positive decision about what we really want. So we chose 2 fields. The following week, we went back to Chevron. We returned 10 fields. And we said, thank you very much, but we wanted 2. That was the story of marginal field development, because there was 10 more for other people to take. So we fast forward. We overcame. Ogbele Field was developed. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the architects of Ogbele Field, and you can see that I don't feature. I'm right down at the bottom. Arrett Adams, John Jones, late Eddie Yamu, late David Richards, Dr. Swelly, late Samuel Ogbaju, late Alex Okoli. There are only just two of us working the street of Lagos, Dr. Swelly and I. I thank God for that. What did we do at Ogbele? We brought the field into production. Next slide. 20,000 barrels per day flow station we built. Crude storage facilities. Then we went further. We developed the first gas in the field. We decided to build, and we actually built, 100 million standard cubic feet gas processing plant by 2010. This was the story and the beginning of domestic gas activities. We were the first indigenous company to deliver gas to Bonny and LNG, delivering only 1% of the volume that is processed every year. We never made 1% of the revenue, But the story went further. Between 2010 and 2020, there was need for us to start refining. And we built the first 1,000 barrels per day refinery. That went on by 2020. Capacity increased to 11,000 barrels per day. That was a leap. We have learned the ropes. We had learned how to crawl from Ogbele Field. And divestment then came along. Our next leap was OML 34, acquired from Shell, Total and Ajib in partnership with NNPC. OML 34 meant applying substantial domestic gas to the Escravos Lagos pipeline and the West African gas pipeline, as well as other gas-based industries and power plants existing along the way. And here lies a key message. IOC divestment is not a retreat. It is a strong and positive realignment. It created opportunities for Nigerians. While IOCs go deep water, Nigerian independence came to try to dominate onshore and shallow water. Fast, efficient, and with a sense of national mission. That was our vision delivered. This was the bridge from a single field operator to a respectable national player. So I then come to the big story, the Renaissance Africa Energy story. This is what I call our ultimate uncharted aspiration. Acquiring the entire shares of SPDC. This was most daring of all thoughts. Yes, people call it buying Shell. Yes, it sounded impossible. But today, that dream stands as Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, Nigeria's first indigenous integrated super major. This is the Ogbele facilities as it existed today. And you can see this, the awesomeness, the sprawling facilities. Bite, thank you very much for keeping the flag flying. Ebi, you are here. And I really, really appreciate all of you who had kept Ogbele going, not just as a marginal field anymore, but as a very, very significant integrated business. I'm told that you produce almost 16,000 barrels a day, You deliver more than 60 million standard cubic feet of gas to Bonny and LNG every day. Guys, in Aradel, well done. So if you then ask me, the first 4 months of Renaissance, production went up by more than 100,000 barrels a day. If what the EVP upstream said is something to understand, this is an awesome achievement. Roger, with your collaborating and supporting contributions to the Nigerian industry, we thank all those that have made this situation possible. Thank you very much. So here's Renaissance today. Andy Weston, Aradel, Walter Smith, First GMP, and Petrolane. It's all about partnership. It's all about trusting ourselves, and it's all about coming together, knowing that you cannot do things just by yourself. That had been our strength. Well, Renaissance has come. What do I see as the road ahead? There's a slide there. If you just go forward. What are the critical success factors that I personally have recognized? Resilience. I want to talk about native intelligence because many people do not understand the importance and the factor of native intelligence. We know Nigeria. We know the Niger Delta. That is a very, very strong character that each and every one of the Nigerian independent companies bring to the table. Native intelligence. Of course, there are other things. But there's one factor that I must talk about: paying your debt. Because if you borrow money from Nigerian banks and you don't pay, you spoil market for the others. And this is a very, very important matter that I really, really want to bring to the fore. For those of us who have to find money and can't find money outside of Nigeria, when you find money in Nigeria, which is always debt, please pay back. So there are all sorts of things that I've done here, that I've said here: hurdles, lessons learned, business refrains, future hurdles, and what are the curative initiatives. One of the creative initiatives that I really want to talk about is about how can we develop human capital. This is a very, very serious matter for us to think about for the next 20, 40, 50 years. The human capital that will drive our future has to be cultivated. And Austin, thank you very much. You delivered the first of the series of lectures in a new initiative that I've championed, which is how do we find the human capital that will replace all this aging fleet that I see in front of me here. The NMGS, Niger Delta, and Larry Fatton annual lecture series had been initiated by NMGS. Thank you very much, Madam Rose. It has gone into its first year. This is the second year. And this year, Professor Philip Amadi from the University of Phoenix, Arizona, will also be talking about the matters of human capital. This is a very, very important subject matter for us in Nigeria. So I really will bring this conversation to closure. What do I see as a journey of NAPE? I'm not going to talk about 50 years. I want to be very, very circumspect. I would say in the next 25 years, the road ahead that I see, Nigeria will become an energy secure and energy independent nation. I see Niger Delta as Africa's energy hub, and NAPE will make it happen because of the young force that you will have. I would like, and I hope, and I will see 4 new super majors coming out of Nigeria. And what will these super majors look like? They will be private sector driven. They will build the next East Africa, North Africa gas pipeline operations, in addition to what we have as the WACP. Colleagues, this is not just a corporate talk. It is a Nigerian story. It's the story of NAPE. It proves that our ideas not just can find oil, it actually has found oil and gas, and then it's turned them into energies of prosperity. At 50, NAPE has the talent, the networks, and the courage to lead Africa's energy future. It's my conviction. Let us go forward together, not just as explorers of petroleum, but as architects of a sustainable energy landscape. But before I say thank you, I want to say, where are we today as NAPE? There's a clip here. I don't know if the operator can play it. Can you? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of NAPE. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you, NAPE.
Very fitting applause. Very fitting. Very fitting. I appreciate it. Very fitting applause. Very, very fitting for an icon of our industry. An icon of our industry. An energy entrepreneur par excellence, passionate about not just the industry, but his country. Please, one more time for Dr. Lai Fatono F. NAPE. This is the story of NAPE. You must have native intelligence, good corporate governance, pay the bank the money you owe, clear road for others. So he can boldly say that because he has done that over and over again. You know how some sports people will say, eat, sleep, repeat. That's Dr. Lai Fatono. He has eaten it, he has slept over it, he has repeated it time and time again. So we thank you and your partners and all who you have also appreciated on this platform. Let's please appreciate him one more time. Thank you very much. Okay. Onwards, without further delay, let us take our deep dive into the panel conversation. First off, let us welcome a chartered accountant who is on our panel and the Chief Executive Officer of Seplat Energy PLC. Welcome, Mr. Roger Thompson Brown. A round of applause for him. Also on our panel, would like to welcome the man who is driving the day-to-day activity of Renaissance Africa Energy Company, Engineer Tony Atta, who is not here with us, but let's welcome the CFO and Vice President in charge of Finance, Mr. Olusegun Banwo. He's on our panel. Also on our panel is the Managing Director and Chief Executive of Total Upstream Companies in Nigeria, Mr. Matthew Buye. Representing him, DMD Deepwater District. Welcome, Mr. Victor Bandele. Joining them is a former president of our association, a fellow of the association and past president of AAPG, SLB's country director, Dr. Nosa Omorodion, FNAPE. Okay. Joining them is one who has shown great interest and passion for the development of this industry in Nigeria. One of those IOC CEOs who very rarely sends representative, and I take that as his commitment to our nation. The Managing Director and Chief Executive of Chevron Nigeria Mid-Africa Business Unit. Please welcome Mr. Jim Swaz. Okay. Before I bring up our chair for the session, I want to take this quote. NAPE has been the conscience and compass of Nigeria's oil and gas exploration for decades, ensuring that science, not politics, guides the search for our nation's energy future. End of quote. Is a quote from our section chair and Arendt Adams Award recipient, past president, esteemed fellow, and industry titan. Please welcome founder and executive chairman, AA Holdings, Mr. Austin Avuru. As he leads this panel in continuing to use NAPE as the conscience and compass for our industry, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and in particular, 001. So nice to have you here. It's been a very exciting morning. On Tuesday, Lai was insisting that he had to leave London yesterday to return to Lagos for this event. And by the way, congratulations, Lai, who are all in London on Tuesday for the wife's 70th birthday anniversary. And he's there today. And now you can understand why he insisted that whatever it took, he will be here. Just listening to your very inspiring story, which is the story of NAPE. My summary of that story and the journey of NAPE and the indigenous participation is this. When you look at two sectors of this economy, look at the media, where we have come from, Radio Nigeria and Daily Times and New Nigeria. It's the only media organization we had in Nigeria. In fact, that's why coups were easy at that time. All you needed to do was seize Radio Nigeria, make an announcement, and once there's no rebuttal in 3 hours, the coup has succeeded. But today, look at our media industry. Nigerian entrepreneurs, private sector run, large media organization. If you plan a coup today, you make an announcement in channels, Somebody will counter in AIT, another one will counter in, and the coup has failed even before you start. Then you look at the banking sector. We grew up with Barclays Bank and Standard Bank. Became Union Bank and First Bank and IBWA. Look at the banking sector today. In most countries of Africa outside Nigeria, outside of these key banks, Standard Bank and Barclays Bank, the other banks you will find will be Nigerian banks, Nigerian bank branches. The point I am making, which I'm going to ask the panel to address, is that this whole indigenous participation is not just about empowering Nigerians or giving Nigerians a chance. It has led to a complete shift in the structure of the contribution of the Nigerian oil and gas sector to this economy. Because we started from oil and gas as export commodities for revenue. Now, as Lai said, we have had a split in responsibilities. So the multinationals ensure that there is export of oil and natural gas through LNG and oil, for revenues, while indigenous companies, these independents, are now championing the national domestic energy security campaign, so that in time, we will have more than half of our oil production refined here. We will have over 3 BCF of gas distributed across Nigeria for industrial use. The energy security story for Nigeria and Africa can only be charted and championed by these independents. Those who didn't understand the future stood in the way of these divestments, but now we can see what is happening. And so on this note, I'm going to, fortunately, we have a very good mix here. 2 very large independents that, as you have seen in all the presentations, have championed this indigenous participation, starting with Chevron and the Open Story. We've seen what Total has done. We're so happy to have Mr. Banwo here, who was very, very erudite financial expert in ExxonMobil when I first knew him. Now he's transferring those skills to Renaissance to help the team in Renaissance. And Nosa here, who now heads Schlumberger operations in West Africa. And of course, my dear Roger Brown, who is the CEO of Seplat. I don't know whether to call him an expatriate or a Nigerian, but I think he's a Nigerian. So let me start with Chevron. Looking back at the pioneering role of your company in the story that Lai has told, how do you feel and what do you see as the future of our industry over the next 20 years?
Well, first off, thank you for being here. And on behalf of Chevron and over 60 years in Nigeria, we certainly congratulate NAPE on the 50-year anniversary. I think it's truly outstanding to see the progress that's been made to develop the Nigerian talent. You may not know, but I'm also a geologist by training. So it warms my heart to see the capability that's been developed and the continued focus on developing talent, because it is so important to be able to share and have a forum for technical development of our scientists. And it's also great to see, Lai, that you've risen to the pinnacle in Nigeria of developing one of the biggest companies we've got. We think about Aerodel, we think about First E&P. From a Chevron perspective, I'm very proud of what's happened. I'm very grateful to see that the people that came before me had the foresight to say there is capability here in the local indigenous workforce to develop these assets, because it's an and world. It's not an or, in my view. And I think that's what we see as the future, is that you need all the above. If Chevron would have tried to hold on to those assets, it would have been difficult to develop, because I think about the development that we just showed. At the same time, we were developing a 1.5 billion barrel field of Agbami that we're trying to do, and also doing a gas to liquids plant and all these other things. And so it's hard to do it all. And I think a key piece that I reflect back on that is so important is to continue this growing the pie, right? No one company can do it all. And to really to achieve the aspirations of Nigeria and really Africa is to continue to develop that and to continue to attract capital in multiple ways. So from a Chevron perspective, we bring capital to where it'll flow, where we get the returns and where the debts are paid, right, is an important part of that. And we've certainly seen that. And I thank partners in NNPCL for continuing to really to drive that. And so I think more broadly, though, the future holds is we'll continue to see this. There's plenty of places for everyone. And I think about the current production. So Nigeria has roughly produced 30 billion barrels of oil and over 100 TCF of gas. There's another almost 40 billion barrels of proved oil and 200 TCF of gas. And then when you look at the United States Geological Survey assessment of yet to be found, there's another 40 billion barrels of oil, another 100 TCF of gas. And so you just think about the size of that pie and the role that earth scientists and the role that the companies are going to play. We need everybody. And we really need government policy that I think started with the PIA, setting the foundation. But we need to continue to have an all the above from all the government entities that support the continued investment, the continued work, because it's going to take us all to do it. So again, I think looking back, I'm very proud to see how those fields have come out to help develop the capacity that we now have. And I think the future will continue to see that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Banwo. You have driven financial planning for a huge multinational that has been extremely successful in Nigeria. And now you have switched over to Renaissance as CFO at a time, and if you want to know how critical CFOs can be for an independent that is growing, you better ask Roger sitting right next to you here. He was pioneer CFO of Seplat. What do you see as the future of Renaissance, its contribution to this economy, and your critical role in helping them shape particularly proper governance, given your experience in ExxonMobil?
Thank you very much. Let me first begin by just saying I think, NAPE at 50 represents a very unique opportunity for us to appreciate not just the pioneers that kick this off, and not just those who have made a significant impact in the industry, but also the people whose faces we will never see. Those that you will never see them on pages of newspaper, you never hear their names mentioned, but who quietly, behind the scenes, have kept this industry alive for the last 50 years. Can we just celebrate those people? The work they do has made it possible for us to be where we are today. To your question, it's an interesting one because last year, after spending about 13 years as CFO of ExxonMobil and 10 years on the board, I felt it was time for me to go and relax and enjoy my retirement. So I never imagined I'll be back in a full-time role. But when the Renaissance deal was birthed and I was approached with this opportunity, it took a while for me to decide whether to take it or not. But after reflecting on it, I discovered this is not a job. This is not a job at all. It's a national assignment. It's a national assignment. Because not in the history of this industry have we witnessed the kind of transition that is taking place today. We are almost at about the same time. All the major IOCs are exiting the onshore and shallow waters about the same time. So the capacity of Nigeria to manage that transition is limited. And for any of us, any Nigerian who has the opportunity to support that transition, it's not something we should say no to. So I'm back not just as a finance person, but as someone who wants to partner with Renaissance and indeed all other operators to make sure that the transition is successful. Now, what is it that we're about in Renaissance? It's not just a name, it means a lot. There are at least 5 aspects of the Renaissance that we're trying to do. The first aspect is Renaissance for the people. To imbue in our people that, self-belief, the courage and the ambition that they have never experienced before. Dr. Lai was talking about buying share. Well, I've seen the impossible before, but now we know it's possible. So the first Renaissance is to get our people to think outside of the box and imagine the unimaginable. First part of our Renaissance. The second part of it is Renaissance for the company. We thank Shell for what Shell has done, but we see way more that needs to be done. And of course, we're able to deliver 100,000 barrels within a few months, but there's still a lot more to come. So that's the second Renaissance. The third Renaissance is for the industry. And what we are planning to do with that Renaissance is to set a standard that will inspire other indigenous players. As they see what we do in Renaissance, they'll catch the fire. And then the next one is Renaissance for the country. I mean, I was reading recently that in Africa as a whole, about 1.6 billion people in Africa. 1 billion of that, 1 billion of that, do not have access to clean fuel. 1 billion people. And about 600 million of that do not have access to electricity. So what we're about in Renaissance is to address the issue of energy security. Pump as much of the blessings that God has given us, bring it, above the ground, and make sure that as many people in Nigeria and in Africa have access to clean fuel and to electricity. And then, of course, the final part of our Renaissance strategy is to bring a Renaissance to the whole continent. So you hear us say, made in Nigeria, built for Africa. We're just starting here, but the whole of Africa will experience the Renaissance that we're about to unleash. Thank you very much.
Again, very inspiring and not surprising. And thanks for taking up that national assignment. They do need your experience in Renaissance. No, sir, let me come to you. We all grew up in this industry with, in the early days, when we were working for Mr. Rife, he would send us to the rig and you run your logs and you open the Schlumberger book that shows the price tag for each of those tools. On 1st of January every year, Schlumberger will serve you with that book. So there was no negotiation. There's no question of your tendering for logging jobs. Schlumberger will serve you with the books. After the logging, you put the prices and sign, and then the Schlumberger engineer will sign. So that was Schlumberger, the monopoly, before Halliburton and Baker came in. You've seen all of that. And then you've seen this Renaissance we're talking about in Nigeria and across Africa, hopefully. Now you are the country chair for Schlumberger across West Africa. How do you tie all of this together from a point of view of a service provider of international repute and the adjustment you need to make to accommodate both the multinationals and multi-faith jobs and these emerging independents? Sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Austin. So Udi wasn't wrong when you said that beware of Austin. He always asks you tough questions. So I wasn't expecting that. But having said that, I mean, it's just like Dr. Fatino, who I happened to work for while he was in Jotrex. So, I mean, I was, in a way, before this side, I was on the other side, part of the story, when we conceptualized Ogbele, the many journey of I eventually evolved to get to Aradal. So it's a very, very familiar story. But having said that, 50 years, first of all, a very, very big thank you to NAPE. I'm proud to be NAPE. And I think whatever my journey or my story has been in my career, it would definitely be incomplete without the access that NAPE has provided in being able to tap into that. So back to your question. What you're seeing amongst the IOCs is not just limited to the IOCs, but it's a bit more profound because the IOCs are the ones saddled with commercializing this barrel that we talked about. Let's step back a little bit. It's open news that we, as a country, we have an expectation of a production of about 2.06 million barrels per day. We expected to have income daily revenue of $75 per barrel. So even right from when you start, as of today, we're already starting with a shortfall. We're not anywhere near realizing those goals or those objectives. And luckily, one of the things that Renaissance and Aradel has been able to demonstrate is that Nigerian companies with different drivers are able to with more resilience, go and target some of these supposedly bypassed oil. Because we all know today that about 70% of the world's production comes from matured fields, and most of these bypassed oils are the ones we are putting there. So what are we as a service company doing? I rather want to talk as a Nigerian before talking as SLB. What we are doing today is we are enabling and supporting that service sector to ensure that the requisite skills, the requisite competence, the requisite tools are available to support and join this initiative of accelerated goal towards production, accelerated goals towards accepting this bypass oil is made available. The story of SLB, formerly Schlumberger, is similar to Shell. Yeah, SLB was the first to get in there. We locked the first well in Nigeria, and following which you've had the likes of the others, Baker and Liberty, they've joined us. But we are equally actively, as a company, working with the national oil company to see how we can mimic and recreate an NNPC-enabled SLB type that can step in to be able to access some of this opportunity. I mean, it's open news of the engagement with NSAB, the various collaborations. There's a roadmap for technology transfer, working together as a team. The typical SLB training, which many of us went through in terms of building competence, building capacity, that arrangement with NSAB is ongoing, whereby working jointly on a project with a timeline with milestones that will gradually, over time. We have succeeded in doing that almost 100% in the subsurface sector, whereby when we go for service with the likes of NSAB on the subsurface, we do on work share. We complement each other. We do those rotations. But that notwithstanding, we've been in this country for about 75 years. We've invested in this country, and we have just recently transmitted to a situation whereby we are encouraging competent, capable local service companies that are able to acquire those tools you talk about, but with a support mechanism to ensure that not just acquire the tools, the support to deliver and maintain those tools are available. So that's SLB, but as a Nigerian, I am more, we've seen reforms that NNPC has put in place. We've heard what the CCE said. What we've been seeing in the last 15, 20 years, we've been seeing an average of 5, 10 new companies every month come into the space. And there needs to be service support to be able to help actualize that goal so that the execution arm, as highlighted by the EVP, is equally alive to support this. So we are committed to this. We are playing in this part, not just incubating the next Nigerian SLB. We are equally ensuring that as much as possible, there is domiciliation of expertise in country that can support and drive these objectives.
Chair, no, sir. A round of applause for the SAD SLD. Now, you are probably the most Nigerian expatriates we have around. Pioneer CFO of the listed Nigerian company, London. That whole initiative, the plant in London, was put together by you even before you joined Seplat as an investment banker, convincing us that the company could be listed. Then it was done, you CFO, you have been CEO, you have replicated, you have been, I don't know who's been following the footsteps, whether you have been following Lai or Lai has been following you. But domestic production and distribution, major gas producer, oil and gas producer, now a large company. Your story used to be told that you were listed in London. But now having acquired ExxonMobil, we are much more than just being listed in London. What's your vision of these 4 mega independents that lie dream? Where will you play in? And what do you see as your role in supporting the growth of the Nigerian economy and not just production?
That's the first test. Can I turn this on? Yes. Well, let me start off by just congratulating NAPE on its 50th. It's a great achievement for everyone. 001, 001, and beyond. Big clap, I think, for 001 there. Yeah, it's and by the way, if you're doing an honorary membership of NAPE for CCE, Engineer Komalafi, you can see I've not got my band. You can do an honorary one for me as well. I'm not a NAPE member. Thank you. Look, it's interesting. We go back, we're not going to go back 50 years. We go back probably 15 years. Let me just start off with, I wasn't in the oil sector, I was in the banking sector. And I was looking at Nigeria. So I was as a Standard Bank group at Stanbic, and we were looking around Africa, and we were trying to work out where indigenization would really take off. And we looked at every country, and then we zeroed in on Nigeria. And what we saw in Nigeria was unique. That we had a dominance of the Nigerian sector by international oil companies and a national oil company. There were some marginal fields, of course, and players, but few and far between. And there wasn't a critical mass. And we worked out at that point, back in 2010, I think it was, or 10, I think it was, is there was going to be a revolution in this market. It was going to change, so it was going to be unrecognizable. And we were trying to work out how long that would take, but we saw the emergence of, at that time we said 5 to 10. There needed to be that sort of scale of indigenous energy companies, oil companies, that would then attract a lot of interest. And then it would be a snowball effect. What you'd find is that more and more, because if you look at capital, right, which is inward investment capital, it follows success stories. It doesn't like failures, as life was when it's a pay back your debt. It doesn't like failures, but it loves success. And the more success you have, it's a snowball effect. So the 5 to 10 companies was going to, in our view at that time, create it. I came in, I met Austin early days around that. I obviously knew a lot of players in the market. And I think the market from indigenous sector perspective fell into 2 broad categories. It was the, let's call it the Oga, the big person at the top said, ruled everything. And that was a type of oil company. And then there was a series of oil companies that were partnerships, that valued partnerships coming together. And our view at that time was that the companies that came together and work in partnerships we're probably going to be the most successful because no one company could do all of this. We set back a time frame for it, and I must admit, I never thought it was going to take as long as it did, right? So we saw at that point, maybe 5 years, that there'd be a transfer across. There was waves, but let me say one thing. In 15 years, I don't think I would ever have predicted in 15 years we would see what we have today, because it is a complete transformation. And the onshore and the shallow water offshore has changed immeasurably. The IOCs have gone and focused on the deep water. Some are still onshore. Before Jim jumps at me saying he's still onshore, he is. But most of them are offshore, and actually the focus has been on the indigenous companies. And as indigenous companies, we have a much greater responsibility, because it's not just about drilling oil, getting it to the terminal and selling it overseas. That's not going to work. Okay, as indigenous companies, we have to create energy security within Nigeria, and we have to invest for the next 50 years, the next 100 years. We're not going anywhere else. And therefore, I mean, I said Seplat, obviously we've focused largely because Austin there, but at the time on gas, because we saw gas as an element that domestic gas was going to be very critical. And now we see where we are today. We see a revolution whereby energy security is now being created. Refined oil will be refined in country. Gas will be sold. And, you know, at Seplat, we've got 3 onshore gas plants, which will have operation this year. LPG, CNG, all these other derivatives coming from the gas sector, which will go into cooking, transport, you name it. That's going to give us longevity. And that's our responsibility. Our responsibility is to ensure that we have something for the future. We have something that can be replicated. So yes, we will build 5, whatever the number is live, is it 5 companies? We'll build the 5 big companies, right? But we need to create the next 50 companies. You need the whole ecosystem. We need service companies. We need everything else to deliver this for the future. And we got to create, we don't know what's going to happen to oil price. We don't know who's going to be buying this oil in the future, right? We got to create an energy security in Nigeria, period, irrespective of what's going on in the world. And we all have that responsibility. So that's what I see us. And the next stage is really about now the interest is there, keeping the interest up, communicating it, growing it, training, bringing in new training programs, and really creating this really exciting future. I am extremely excited. I am adopted Nigerian, I guess the way you put me, but I am, I mean, when I saw the things changing in 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, there was this overarching, I heard in certain quarters, oh, this is terrible. This is terrible for Nigeria. And I thought, no, this is brilliant for Nigeria. This is great. And I think what we see today is a real demonstration that it is great. We have capable, well-trained, now well-capitalized companies and people that can take this all into the future. So I'm going to shut up there because I could talk all day. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. It is true that the IOCs have enabled this revolution, starting from Chevron, back with Ogbele and all the divestments. But somehow it will look like when everybody else is leaving, there must be something Total sees that others are not seeing. When everybody else is leaving the onshore and shallow water, Total is promising more investments in the onshore and shallow water. Tell us what you see and what your complementary role will be going forward, Total.
Thank you very much. Okay, so what I see, what Total Energy sees is a bit, I'll start with a story. I think it will enlighten us. So Total Energy started work in Nigeria in the 60s. So we're more than 60 years old. And we started onshore. We moved onshore in the early 90s. And we are operating in the deep water since the early 2000s, you understand? So up to today, we operate onshore, offshore, and deep water. The perimeter has remained very fluid. The percentage of production is not as it was in the 60s, but at least we see growth in all the areas. So what we used to do onshore was purely oil production with flaring. Today, there is zero flaring onshore, and all the gas from the onshore is either to the domestic market or to LNG. We are operating 3 blocks of the offshore. Since the early 90s, we've maintained those blocks. We are producing with zero flaring on all our offshore blocks, and all the gas goes through LNG. And when you look at the deep water space, if you look at my title, I'm in charge of the deep water assets of Total Energies. I have 2 FPSOs. All production from these FPSOs are exported. All the gas, 100% of the gas is monetized. No flaring on the deep water. So this is the story, and I think that is the confidence that we have. Total Energies will not stay continuously if we don't have enabling environment. I can tell you, and I want to just rebound on what the CCE said and what we got from the keynote speaker. Last year, the country gave incentive for NAG, non-associated gas. The same year, Total Energies took an FID on a non-associated gas field, that is a better field, and we're going to supply the gas to LNG. So what we see is we're seeing an evolution, we're seeing a seriousness of the country, we are seeing a future. Look, I tell you, with the right regulation, with the right incentives, all the companies of the world will want to work in our space. So what we need is just giving continuous opportunities, and we're going to see investment multiply. Now, what do we contribute to this story? And NAPE, I think it's congratulations to us. I'm also NAPE, you know. Why do I say that? In this room, Total Energies contribute enormously to NAPE. You can see my mentor here, Pastor Ndefo. Thanks for what you've done in the past and what you are doing. I see for the president, Oluremi is very, very present in NAPE. And the future of NAPE, I see at the back there. I have many of my staff that are here and that are taking very prominent positions and prominent activities in NAPE. Now, NAPE has helped significantly, and it will continue to help. What I want to emphasize that Total Energies stand for is enablement. We're going to enable the personnel, the staff that we have. We are beginning to orient our staff in entrepreneurship, entertain them with good skills to challenge the status quo. We need to challenge the status quo. Me, for example, I'm a testimony. You know, 2 years ago, I was emphatic. Said, I need to shoot 3D seismics on all my blocks deep water. So for the first time, we shot 3 seismics back to back, 3D, sophisticated seismic. With those seismic, we are reinventing the development of deep offshore blocks. I think this is the way to go. When you look at what we have on our shallow offshore, with new seismics, we are actually discovering new tiebacks that we can put in place that we can use to sustain even longer the lives of those fields. So one challenge I want to give to the industry is, let's look at our onshore, where we have the where we have the indigenous now taking over. When was the last time we've had very sophisticated 3D seismics on our onshore blocks? And I can tell you the cheapest oil still remains onshore. The best oil still remains onshore and shallow offshore. Let's just be deliberate. And I think this is where the industry will need to help with the right regulation. If we want to look at areas where we can actually bring this country to superb limelight, is to unlock additional production from the onshore where our people are operating, where they are the champions of the development. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. Again, very inspiring. I'm sure that Renaissance and Seplat are listening to you. We are now going to just go around for our final thoughts, about 3 minutes each. But in doing so, let me just guide you on the areas you will emphasize. Mr. Bao, talk us through funding constraints, how we'll overcome them, what the challenges could be, and so on, funding, and any other thing. That's your final thoughts. And then Roger, try and talk us through the possibility of a Nigerian independent being an African champion. Are you likely to be found in Angola, for instance, or Tanzania in the future as a Nigerian company? And Nusa, talk us through the evolution, what you see as the evolution of service providers, not just the big ones like SLB, but the PETAN members, the indigenous service providers. Where are they going? How would they develop capacity? And Jim, with 14 TCF of gas in your inventory, are you joining the gas bandwagon? What are we going to see out of your portfolio? A new LNG or domestic gas? What are you going to do with this 14 TCF? And for both of you, in your final closing remarks, talk us through what these huge results we're seeing, especially in the light of transition that is inevitable. How quickly do we have to plan the production of these resources in such a way that we fit into the transition? And that will be both of you, Total and Chevron. So let's start with you, Mr. Bao.
Thank you very much. Hopefully I can fit my comments into 3 minutes. I think this occasion really does require some broader conversation. Yes, it's 50 years of progress, of good things, but we also need to reflect on, in this past 50 years, what are the things that didn't work well? What are the things that did work well? And what lessons are we going to take into the future? Because if we don't do that exercise, we are likely to repeat some of the errors of the past. On this panel, and of course in my private conversations, I've had people talk about, it's a new dawn for Nigeria, and it is. It's great opportunity for Nigeria, and it is. But we also need to understand that the divestment that took place did not occur because the IOCs love us. It did not occur because the IOCs have such a great confidence in our abilities. It occurred because they needed to optimize their portfolio. And because there were some risks in the environment that they decided they no longer had appetite for. So as we look forward to the next 50 years, we need to identify what was it that caused the IOCs to leave the onshore and the shallow waters. There are 10 things that I have observed, but I don't have the time for the 10. I'll give you the top 5. First one is environmental risk. With all the spills and the sabotage, no serious company wants to be associated with that. The second one is financial risk. Not only, especially in the JV, not in the PSC, not only are we starting with very low returns from a financial perspective now, I still find it hard why Nigeria would have a tax rate of 85% with all the above ground risk that we have in Nigeria. Investors cannot thrive on 15% return with all the risks they have to cope with. So the divestment are happening because the risk environmental is high, the return is low relative to the risk they have to face. Then the contract risk. Many of you are very, in fact, everyone here is very familiar with what it means to sign a contract in Nigeria. You can never be too sure that that contract will be honored. Whether in the JV or the PSC, you sign the contract, but there's no guarantee that contract will be honored. That's part of why they are leaving. There is also the business practices risk. And we know what it means to do, to do business in Nigeria. Part of the reasons why they are leaving. So as we reflect on this, and I'm using this to, my final comment to identify all these things. And the last one is the policy risk. Many of them are leaving because they are not too sure of the certainty of the policies going forward. We tend to change policies quite often. So as we go into the next 50 years, we have to avoid those pitfalls. Work together, industry, as well as NNPC, and de-risk the industry. The things that worked well, quite a number of things as well. Over the last 50 years, we have been able to build a critical mass of very talented Nigerians, extremely talented Nigerians across all levels of the industry. That's a great thing that has happened to us. How we now leverage that talent to move this industry forward is in our hands. The NOGIC Act, the PIA, and probably most importantly, the NNPC. Because the changes that have occurred in NNPC are things that many of us could never have dreamt of. But they are here. We have a board that is extremely, populated by competent, experienced people. We have the management that come from the IOCs and are highly experienced, and they are willing to partner. So all of those have lined up. Going forward, you asked the question about on the finance. I tell you, a lot of people identify finance as a constraint going forward. I don't. And I know you may say, why? When people give money to an organization, it's not really the asset they are financing. It's the people they are giving the money to. And before a bank or a financial institution will lend out money, it's going to take a very critical look at the management and the board of the organization. So our challenge in Nigeria today is to make sure that the organizations we have can start that scrutiny. That we have shareholders that are not just there to milk the company for their own personal benefit, but shareholders that are there to grow the pie. You have a board of directors that are not only competent and credible, but they are also independent. They can take independent decisions, and above all, you have management that as individuals, they are going to lead by competence and character. If all those things are there, trust me, you will find the money. You will find the money. And let me close with how Renaissance fits into all this. Renaissance is blessed with an incredible reach. We have the most extensive asset in this country across the Niger Delta. We have a very bold strategy, not just to lead in Nigeria, but to lead across the continent. A very, very simple and clear strategy of receiving safely, stabilizing, and transforming. And then we have values that are going to form what we do on a day-to-day basis. We call them CRIPS: collaboration, respect, integrity, safety, and performance. But our winning formula is not the asset that we have that is unique. is our individual commitment to good corporate governance. Are we going to run this company on good corporate governance in terms of structure and values? Are we going to do what is right, even if it is not popular? Are we going to retain commitment to the principles of integrity, transparency, accountability, compliance? Those are the things that will determine whether Renaissance that people like Dr. Lai have fought for the last 40 years and 50 years and is living to see his vision come to pass, whether this Renaissance will be there 100 years from today. It's not going to be whether we can find funding. It's not going to be whether we have 18 OMLs. It's going to come down to the character of the people that are managing the asset. Thank you very much.
So Roger, just in addition to your multinational ambitions, please mention something about training and human resource that has been mentioned. How do we see that going forward? What role will you play as a big independent?
Well, okay, I mean, let's start with that. Why not? I think it's something that we're really thinking about, and we need to, well, we're actively doing it for our staff, but wider than that, we're thinking about the responsibility, because I think for the last 60 years, the IOCs have done a phenomenal job, right? Training, we have 1,400 people in our company, in the merged company today. And I'd say over 80% of them, probably more, have been trained by IOCs, right? So they have delivered over the last 60 years. We hope to continue to deliver in the next 60 years, but I think the responsibility is going to come much more on to the local companies, right? To take out training programs, to design what they're going to be for the future. There's a lot of technology changes coming, AI, robotics. How do we get more efficient on how we do it? How do we entice? I mean, one of the big things I'm worried about is how do you entice a 20-year-old to come into the sector when there's all this news, the oil's declining and maybe the oil and gas industry is not going to be here in 20 years' time? How do you get a 20-year-old in and say, you've got a career? It's a challenge, and therefore, you know, we've got to get them in. We've got to train them. We've got to train them for the future, not for the past. And the only way we can do it is to collectively do it. So we can sit down as you know, Seplat sitting down with Renaissance, sitting down with, you know, First EMP and Aradel and you name it, and coming up and help, you know, working with obviously the IOCs and come up with programs. Right? And we have to do that. And we have to also properly invest. We've got to collectively put money on the table, build training centers, and get the right training program. It's very, very important. So thank you, Austin, for raising it. Let me just start with where you finished off around the financing. One thing I'd say is that the only thing also, I agree with you 100%, it's the individuals. It's also track record, right? And let me give you an example of this. And Austin, you'll remember back in 2018 where we did our first bond, Eurobond as a company. We had pipelines shut in since 2016 and a lot of 17. And I can tell you, it was a lot of effort to get that bond over the line. Okay, but we got it over the line. We were priced 5% more expensive than the sovereign. The equivalent Nigerian sovereign, we were 5% more expensive. We did another bond in 21, and then we just did a bond this year. And this year, we have priced inside. So we are raising cheaper funding than the Nigerian sovereign's raising, and our credit rating is one notch above the sovereign. So there you go. There's your example of track record of being able to deliver, paying back, communicating, very important, and collectively as an industry. And let me just pick up on my, before I forget, my brother here, my partner, EVP Upstream. This is a critical piece, right, which is NNPC. And NNPC, we're in all these assets. NNPC is in the biggest assets. NNPC's a private company. It's in all of the assets. It is the biggest company, independent, if you want to call it, or company in Nigeria. How NNPC is operating today is going to allow us to grow this, right? Which is, there's every 2 weeks, that's every month, there's a get together, and people, I don't know if you know this. How can we facilitate? How can we open this industry? What do you need? And it's a very critical bit for the growth. So I want to thank you, NNPC, for the leadership you've shown in this industry, because we're not going to get there unless you continue to do that. So well done. Thank you. Let me just finish with the question. It's funny, when you announce a deal, all the questions you get are when you're going to close the deal. The day you close the deal, the next question you get, when's the next deal, right? And let me say one thing is, it is so important, right? When you go to the buffet and you fill your plate and you've got lots of food on your plate, it's really important to eat it, right? Before you go back to the buffet and get some more. It's so important to do that. And so I've seen so many failures through the years that people go, right, at that, I'm going to the next one. It's a dual track. You've got to deliver on what you have. And we all have massive investment for integrity, maintenance, building capacity. We need to drill. We're going to do some exploration. There's lots of stuff we can do in our existing portfolio before we then go and get into the next thing. If we do go outside Nigeria, which I think is where your question is, there's also implications to that. Okay, how does your DNA work? And I can tell you, we've looked at lots of things in the neighboring areas, and I'm sure others have. The problem with the G&G guys and the subsurface guys hate what they see subsurface in other countries, because it is nowhere near as good as Nigeria. I can tell you, subsurface people go, well, that's nice, Chad and Congo and everything else, but we go back to Nigeria, please. You always get that request. So I think if we're ever going to do anything overseas, it has to be the right quality. It has to be scale. There's no point doing something small. And it has to be additive. It has to be added for the business to say, yeah, that makes total sense of how we're going to do it. So I think for the short term, we're very busy eating our food in Nigeria.
Let's go ahead. Yeah, just in my interest, you, Roger, responding to your queries about becoming honorable member of NAPE. There are lots of experts that are members of NAPE, and I recall there's been a few like Bill Edman, Teko Koni. Bill Edman is a former MD of Chevron. He's an honorary member. I remember Teko Koni, Mike Hoffman. They were both assistant MD of Texaco Chevron. They were honorary members. And I still remember a few others as well. Robbie Greaves and others. Just to answer that. Now, I align with all that you've said, but I always want to play up the good things that have happened. I've listened to all that's been said, but we cannot in any way not acknowledge the fact that Nigeria today is not a Nigeria of 5-10 years ago. Things have changed. Things have moved forward. From 8 rigs to 43 rigs today, it's no small feat. And so, and these are happening. And in the midst of all these challenges, we've got the Renaissance, the Seplat, the Aradel, the Walter Smiths that are getting it right. Right. It's important to play that up as well, to see that look, there are companies that are actually getting it right. And yes, more can be done. We need to do more, but acknowledge the fact that there's a lot that has been done and more to be done. We just heard that about 19 enabling regulations have been shown out in the last 18 months. We just heard that about 12 of 17 blocks were given in December. We've just heard that a new licensing round is coming up very soon. About 50 new marginal field players have been released in the last 1 year, and I'm aware about 2 or 3 of them are probably gone past their first trial. It didn't take them 15, 12 years like it took Aradel. So they've had to learn and ride on the experience and the success of the others. And all these issues that have been raised equally apply to the service sector as well. The business of oil and gas is the same. We face the same challenges, credibility, raising funds. We face the same thing. What I would say that we are doing different, and I think it's good for the Nigerian community to know as well, to that the NOGIC Act, as it is today, I think it's getting back on the right gear. The NOGIC Act was put in place to ensure that we have the right competence, grow the right capacity to be able to address and meet up these challenges. In the past, for too long, what we have seen is we've seen the act that has enabled some form of agency, middlemen, briefcase carrying people. And that has been different now with the challenges that are coming up. My company, for once, when we go into partnership, I mean, we don't do agency. That's not on the table. It's about work share. It's about identifying competence. It's about zeroing in on the gaps that are missing and building a time frame on what you need to do to be able to fill that gap, so that at some point later, you'll be able to complement the SLB of this world to be able to help deliver the Nigerian goal. The Nigerian goal is become an energy secure nation, whereby everybody, every single person is able to have access to clean energy, have access to refined products, and we become an incubator that helps to industrialize our country. Thank you.
Yes, Jim.
All right, thank you, and appreciate the opportunity today to speak. I think in terms of, maybe I'll start with the the transition question you had, and I'll talk a little about the gas. But I think in terms of the energy transition, certainly our view is the future is affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner energy. And I think you mentioned that there's still 1 billion people that don't actually have access to clean, reliable, affordable energy. So I think the transition is going to be one that will continue to use hydrocarbons. It's certainly one that, from a Chevron point of view, is it's going to be here for a long time to come, and that. But it's going to have to continue to be cleaner. When I think about gas from our perspective in our portfolio, we're one of the largest producers of domestic gas right now, and that was really built on the back of reducing flaring. And so as a result, we deliver 300 some million cubic feet a day to the domestic market. We send another 250 to 300 million a day to our gas to liquids plant, which is one of 5 in the world. What I would say, though, is that future development is going to have to follow the economics. It's going to have to follow the returns. The domestic price for gas is not cost reflective at this point. So to invest for domestic is going to be a challenge, I think, for many people, but it certainly enables us to not flare any gas. So I think the future of the resources that we have, yes, is figuring out how you come out to get to external markets and worldwide, and that's through an LNG outflow. So there's many opportunities. We're still evaluating what those are, but again, the capital will flow where the highest return is and what the best opportunity is in that area. So stay tuned. Thank you.
I hope it's not just that I have less than 1 minute. Everything that has been said, I think, is very clear, and I think the messages have been well passed. So we align with most of the things that have been said. I just want us to reflect a bit about the demography of Nigeria. So all of us seated here, if you are both 30 years old, it means you are in the less than 30% of Nigeria. 70% of Nigerians are less than 30 years old. So these are people that will also have children and, and going on. So what am I trying to say is that when we say our population is over 200 million, you know that in another 30 years, that population can double. So that's one thing. It means there is a lot of market, a lot of growth in our own population here already. So a country or a company that wants to grow must be thinking about the growth of the country itself. So Nigeria is growing. Total Energies will grow. And I think all the speakers here are conscious of that fact, that the market in Nigeria is already a big market. Let's not forget that. What I see us doing going forward is that we need to get our oil, our gas, cheaper and significantly cleaner to fit into that context that I've established. So a lot of collaboration needs to happen across the industry. I look at it today with the initiative that has come from NNPC. There is much more collaboration amongst the oil players, among the oil and gas players now. But it's just a starting point. I think there is need for much more significant collaboration across the industry. And when I say industry, it's not only in the players of oil and gas production or exploitation, it's in education, it's in social development, it's in infrastructure development. And I think that is the area where we all, everybody seated in the room can have a stake, can have a part to play. And I think we need to give that a chance. So going forward, I want to say a responsible exploitation is key. Rigorous collaboration is key. For Total Energies, we are expanding our focus. We are growing in all the areas. Deep water, the EVP just announced it. We're having a new block. We're going to develop it. We're trying to explore for that. We are going to explore even nearby present assets to ensure tiebacks. And of course, we need all the industry players, SLB, they are perpetually on my neck. we are growing the business together, all the stakeholders. Honestly, is the one time that we need to come together and have a focus to grow in Nigeria. And I believe that in the next couple of years, when you speak oil and gas, we will not just be talking about and boasting about the reserve that we have and the resources that we have. We'll be boasting about the production that we have and how that production has impacted the lives of the several millions of people that are living in this place. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all we can do is a very sound round of applause for this incredible panel. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you.
Just give us a few minutes, real quick. I'd like to invite the president of NAPE, Mr. John Bosco Uche, please, sir, if you can we give them another resounding applause? Thank you very much, our esteemed panelists. Ladies, can we bring forward the gifts that we're giving our panelists to appreciate them? This is our way of saying thank you for coming to share your insights with us. We greatly appreciate you. Let's begin with Mr. Bandele. Thank you so much. Come up, ladies. Come up, ladies. Come up, ladies. And then we'll go to Mr. Swaz from Mr. Bandele. Thank you very much, President. Thank you for those insights you've shared with us. Mr. Avoro, please. Thank you very much. Dr. Omorodion, FNAPE.
Yeah.
Star Brown, thank you so much. Mr. Banwo. from one CFO former to a now CFO new. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite EVP upstream. Go ahead, bring EVP upstream, sir. You set the tone for the conversation. Thank you very much. EVP upstream. Dr. Patona will have one for you as well as the CCE. CCE is not here. Maybe Mr. Fashiono, you can receive for CCE. Then we'll do a family photo. Yeah, come on, sir, please, sir. So that you do a family photo once we're this. Thank you, Santiago. The fine job of presenting the GCE. Dr. Patona, sir. Just hold on for the picture, sir. Thank you. Please proceed for CCE. For CCE, please proceed, Mr. Fashion. Thank you very much. And then for Dr. Lai Fatona, and then you do a family photo after this. Now, while they're doing the family photo, I would like to appeal kindly. Please proceed, sir. Please, my appeal, as soon as they get down from the stage, kindly, very kindly, I beg you, allow them to take their seat. Don't walk up to them for networking. We will have enough time. I'm begging you, right? We'll just have 3 more speeches. Then we'll serve lunch. We'll retire, come back at 4 o'clock. Now, between the time we end and 4 o'clock is enough time to network, okay? So I beg you, remain seated. Allow them take their seats. Don't walk up to them. Do not walk up to them for a photograph. Don't walk up to them for their contact. I think everyone in the room here knows them, right? So just allow them take their seats. I beg you. Thank you. Thank you for cooperating with us. Thank you so much. Now, while we're finishing the pictures, and photographers, once you're done with this, please retire to the corners and allow them to take their seat. Don't start telling them to take picture with one expert, one professional. Please allow them to take their seat, okay? Thank you very much. We have the pictures, right? Please give them another round of applause as they take their seats. Please allow them to take their seats. Allow them to take their seats. Allow them to take their seats. Please allow them to take their seats, my boss. Please allow them to take their seat. Thank you very much. Allow them to take their seat. And while we're doing this, let me acknowledge kindly the presence here of the MD of Mosmodern Nigeria Limited. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Let me acknowledge the presence of Professor O.S. Adegoke, FNAPE. Oh, please give me a round of applause. Thank you very much. Please allow them take their seats. Allow them take their seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can we please allow them take their seats? Lawrence, can we take our seats, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have some of the I'm told, two of the widows of some of our past presidents who are here. Before I proceed, I want us to please acknowledge their presence. 3 of them, I'm told, okay, 3. First off is Mrs. Anike Adegola. Can we please, where is Mrs. Adegola? Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for serving NAPE alongside your husband. Next is Mrs. Oluwatosin Okunyomi. Thank you. Please, a round of applause, a round of applause. Thank you so much. And the third one is Reverend Dr. Mrs. Marguerite Kingsley Anthony Ojo. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please give all of them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for your kind presence. In the evening, we'll celebrate, your husband's a bit more. But for now, let's proceed. All right, just three remarks and we're done with this part of the program. First off is the YP lead, who is also a TA to the Managing Director of Agentia and our PA. Let's welcome John Oguntikwe. Please, a round of applause for a few minutes. Is the future.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Standing on the already existing protocol, it gives me great pleasure to be in front of you all amongst a lot of senior leaders in the industry that I admire a lot. Thank you so much. And please, a round of applause for yourselves as well. But for me, when I was contacted to make this reflection, initially my first thought was looking at it, a lot of leaders that we admire today, 50 years ago were also young professionals as myself. And that was also alluded to by Chief Chamberlain Oyibo FNAPE when he said that it was the oldest amongst them, 33 years. And I mean, for me, I think that we can achieve more. And to do this, you take a lot of hard work, collaboration in order to achieve, to carry on with this legacy to the next 50 years. But I don't know if I was the only one that felt a roller coaster of emotions while we were watching the history of our association, listening to the 001 speak, and then 002, and several other people that have come here to speak about our association. I don't know if you can thank them enough, but for everybody that has supported, that has contributed to this association, I want you all to, I want to crave your indulgence. Please put a round of applause for yourselves and to those who have contributed, for everyone, both joining us physically, and I'm aware that some people are also joining us online as well. And then last about 2 or 3 decades, I know there are some very young, bright minds that have come together to say, you know what, let's create a platform for the young professionals, the young people, the recent graduates, such that they have a good landing ground before they also delve into the industry. And that has bettered several programs, in addition to the programs that NAPE as an association has created, but to some very innovative programs that have given the opportunity to grow technically and even non-technically, interacting with some of your leaders in the hall today. And personally, NAPE has given me the opportunity to also grow in my career, and has prepared me for some of the roles that I'm also currently holding. We've seen the last 50 years. What can we do in the next 50 years? Interacting with a lot of mentors and senior leaders and elders in the industry. One of the things I've also seen is that they were opportune to undergo several trainings, which I think, by my perspective, is something that will lack in the industry that is not so strong as it was in the past today. And I know that there are a lot of decision makers in the hall this afternoon. I want to please request that you champion the need to train a lot of our young graduates, a lot of our young people. And I believe that because they are the ones who would also have innovations to grow this economy and this our country as a whole. The EVP spoke about a lot of advancement in technology, and truly, if we go back as well, realize that there are more technology compared to before as at now. I also want to charge the young ones to please take advantage of the technology, take advantage of the brain innovations to be able to build yourself and then prepare yourselves for the opportunities that lie ahead. And then finally, I want to also ask that we have youth inclusion in our leadership, because I believe that the young ones are also the future for tomorrow. I celebrate with NAPE. I want to join everyone to wish NAPE a happy celebration, happy half of century that we celebrate today. God bless you all. Long live NAPE, long live the petroleum industry, and then long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
We heard, thank you very much, Mr. Gunibo. Please give him another round of applause. YP lead for NAPE. We heard the 002 tell us that before NAPE was founded, a society of miners and geoscientists existed. And the collaboration between both associations has remained from that time till now. So we're going to listen to a goodwill remark from the current president of the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society. Please welcome Ms. Rose Ndong, FNMGS. No, I've spoken with her earlier. If she would rather prefer that, she said she will come up. So we've had a conversation. She said she will come up, that's fine. Please give her one more round of applause. She's made a sacrifice to be here in spite of a challenge. My wife went to serve in the north, and the only hours that she lent us Hankeli Fadareba. So I'll just say Hankeli president, and I'll tell you what she meant by that later. You're welcome.
I had to put a test on myself, travel all the way from Abuja to see if I can make it button here. And so I think I should just see it through the end and come up here to present what I have. Please bear with me, and then you bear with me as well, just a little. I've just been told I have 2 minutes, so my time has been reduced by half. I'll do my best. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the protocol that has been set up. I'll just read through so I can save the time for us. Now, it is both an honor and privilege to stand before you today as a special guest at this occasion, the 50th anniversary celebration of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, NAPE. On behalf of the council and entire membership of the MGS, which is the Nigerian Mining and Geoscience Society, I extend our warmest congratulations to the entire NAPE family on the attainment of this golden milestone. 50 years is not a small feat. It represents 5 full decades of resilience, innovation, professional excellence in the pursuit of knowledge, the advancement of geosciences, and the development of Nigeria's energy sector. I've heard a lot about that today. So much has been said, and I'm very, very proud to say that I'm part of this body. As a geologist, part of NAPE, and part of the larger body, the NMGS. Now, as we all gather here with the theme NAPE at 50, pioneering the future of energy in Africa, we're all invited not only to reflect on NAPE's rich legacy, but also to reflect and reshape a bold, inclusive, and sustainable energy future for the African continent and indeed the world over. I'm excited as well because of the panel discussion and all the presented. I can see that there's a lineup of how some of these things can be achieved. From the emergence from NMGS, as a special group. Now, NAPE merged as a special group of in its own right and in what it is today. We have a platform in the Nigerian Mining and Geoscience Society where we have special groups of professionals within the geosciences, and NAPE is one of them. So in that regard, and it still is, NAPE has been in the forefront of hydrocarbon exploration, development, and geoscience advocacy in Nigeria and Africa. Through research collaboration, continuing education, and policy influence, NAPE has transformed what was once a fledgling industry into a key pillar of Nigeria's economic identity. You've nurtured generations of geoscientists, petroleum engineers, and energy professionals who now lead in both private and public and private sectors, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa and beyond. My brother knows that goes to you directly. This legacy of human capital development is, in my view, NAPE's greatest gift to the nation. Let us not forget the role played by our pioneer professionals, those who interpreted the first seismic, built the first oil wells, and built the institutions as we take for granted. Their footprints are embedded in the bedrock of this industry. To my president, we have seen also past presidents. Yes, I congratulate you all. Thank God for your vision and initiative. I understand. Nigeria geoscientists are among the most respected groups in the world. Our professionals have led in the major tools discoveries, managed billion-dollar assets, and advised on energy policies at the highest levels of management. NAPE members have been at the helm of innovation in the swift conventional exploration to digital subsurface analysis, from deep water fields to urbanization strategies, and yet the story of NAPE is just beginning. As we celebrate the brilliance of the Nigerian professionals, let us also acknowledge the critical role they play in defining Africa's energy landscape. We must equip them, not only with the tools of today, sight, ethics, and adaptability to navigate energy systems of the future. Should include, as the president of the Nigeria Mining and Geosciences Society, NMGS, we affirm the commitment of the society to support and work alongside NAPE, doing that, continue to do that, and create other doing that to promote excellence in geosciences, responsible resource management, and sustainable energy development for the future. Together, we will not only power Africa, we will empower it. To every member of NAPE, past and present, thank you for your service, your leadership, and your unwavering belief in the potential of Nigeria and Africa. Congratulations on small outstanding years of excellence. The next 50 years will even be brighter than what we have today, by the grace of God. So thank you very much, all of you here. God bless. God bless NAPE. God bless NMGS. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. My name is Rose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President NMGS, Madam Rose Ndong. Please, one more round of applause for her. Such level of commitment made the incident that she had was enough to say, Nape, I can't make it. I'm nursing a recovery. But she's here, she made it, she spoke to us. Thank you very much. We appreciate that collaboration. Yes, please. Thank you. From NMGS to another industry sister association, this time the Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigerian Council. Let's welcome their first female chairman who addresses us by way of goodwill this afternoon. Please welcome Engineer Dr. Amina Dan Madami, who is also a manager at NMGPRA. Something.
Over the past 5 years, advancing geoscience and promoting excellence innovation and production. Unwavering commitment to technical innovation, professional development, and industry collaboration has been instrumental in driving progress within the energy sector, not just in Nigeria, but across the African continent. The theme of this year's landmark celebration, Pioneering the Future of Energy in Africa, is timely and forward-looking. It resonates strongly with the realities of today's dynamic energy industry, where collaboration, innovation, and a balanced approach to fossil fuels and renewables are critical to sustainable. Partners in the energy profession, capacity, research, and develop solutions that will ensure energy security, economic prosperity, and environmental stewardship for future generations. As NAPE marks 50 years of remarkable achievement, we celebrate your resilience, professionalism, and contributions to national development. We look forward to continued collaboration between our organizations in advancing technology, shaping policy dialogue, and inspiring the next generation of energy leaders. On this historic occasion, we extend our heartfelt congratulations to the NAPE leadership, past and present, and to all the members who are contributing to this legacy. May the next 50 years be even more impactful as NAPE continues to pioneer Africa's energy sector. Congratulations and successful celebration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amanata Madami. Let's please give SPE, Nigerian Council, a round of applause. Before I take the last work for this segment of the event, I was telling us a short story that I remembered as the NMGS president was coming up. So my wife returns from serving in Maiduguri. I speak a little. She was handling me with this also she learned it with all my house and knowledge, I the inner recess of my memory. What does it mean? She was laughing. You speak out, I don't know the meaning. Look at you. She was one of my mentors. I cracking my ass, okay, please. I learn it from. She now gave me a pamphlet she bought to learn Hausa. And what was written on that pamphlet, she was speaking to me. Why they done Oh my goodness, Hausa. Anyways, that's by the way. Let's make progress. And now listen from two female chairman and president of different societies. Let's listen now to our third female incoming president, and that is president-elect, managing director of Ingentia. Please welcome Mrs. Ola Jumoke Ajayi to give us the final event by way of vote of thanks. I wonder.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, on behalf of the AC and executive, our president and the guest host of NAPE, I want to say a big thank you to everyone. To all our speakers, for your time to come here today, to come out of their schedule to honor our invitation. Thank you very much for this enriching speeches, and I believe that everybody knows one or two things from the speech. We say very big thank you to all of you. And to our founding fathers, this idea has not come. We don't have to be today to celebrate the anniversary of this great association. Thank you very much for having the idea and to our sponsors, because today we are seated in the hall here. It was we have decorated the hall. Everything was done preparation for the special day. Cost us money. So companies sponsor this event. I want you to give a round of applause to the sponsors of today. And I want to call them out. Watersmith, Broadley, Shepherd Engineering, Joby Seal, HP Global, Bento Furniture, Sepa Energies, Pro Ally, Polaris Integrated. Thank you very much for sponsoring and giving. Thank you to all members of NAPE, our fellows, our retired awardees, our past presidents. Because if you had not, run the association the way it should have been, we wouldn't have been here today. Thank you for your contribution at every point in time. And our 001, 002, and so on. Thank you very much for backing this idea and making it come to pass. We thank everyone, all our members, all our invited guests who have joined us online, because I believe you would have loved to be here physically. Many of you are outside the country, and you joined and you stayed with us from the beginning to this very moment. Thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you in the evening. And we also look forward to seeing you in November for our 43rd conference, annual conference. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ola Jumuke Ajay, President-elect, NAPE, of course, a fellow of NAPE, and the Managing Director of Ingentia. We've come to the end of the first part of this program, right? And we will serve lunch now. For lunch, please remain seated and allow our lovely hostesses walk you to where you are going to get your lunch. We have enough serving point. We'll have enough serving point. After lunch, we'll be back here at 4 p.m. to do, VP, you were saying? 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Okay. Okay, so we'll have red carpet at 5, and then the event will kick off at 6. 5 p.m. All right, so 5 p.m. But please, it's still in this room. Where my ushers, it's over to you. Take them table by table. The 7 points, Just give me a second. Let me get the right info for your lunch. Technical music. Okay, yeah, so your lunch is table by table. Thank you, technical. Your lunch is table by table. Allow the ladies come and usher your respective table to where you're going to have lunch. We have 4 7 points. The ladies are aware. The ladies in the green and black gown and green scarf, they will guide you. Please walk with them. Thank you. See you in the evening. Bye-bye. And please take care of your personal belongings. Please take care of your personal belongings. Take care of your personal belongings. Very important.